Rapture, a utopia under the sea, was home to the best and brightest who sought to escape the limitations and restrictions of the surface world. For a time, the unconstrained nature of the city allowed the inhabitants to prosper and evolve in ways no one ever thought possible. Yet, recently unearthed audio diaries, photos, and video footage portrayed a city slowly sinking under its own weight, as three diametrically opposed ideologies tugged hard against the chain guiding Rapture's development. Though there are still many gaps in the larger narrative of the citizens' daily lives, or the culture that formed thousands of leagues under the sea, we can at least delve into the hearts and minds of the residents of Rapture as the city collapsed into a bloody civil war. Andrew Ryan was the architect of Rapture. After World War II, he envisioned a safe haven free from the spreading tendrils of communism in Russia and the New Deal in the United States. He sought to make a utopia where no parasite would hinder progress ever again. A lofty dream for where our story begins. It's 1914 and Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary and his wife Sophie have been shot, assassinated in the streets of Sarajevo, the nation's capital. His death reverberated throughout Western Europe, initiating a world war. In 5 years, millions of British, French, German, Austro-Hungarian, Serbian, Turkish, Russian, American, and many more will be slaughtered on the field of battle. This war was unlike any other. Its effects were felt by every man, woman, and child throughout the world, including a young boy by the name of Andrei Ryanovsky. Born near the Russian city of Minsk, he witnessed firsthand the Russian army buckle under the successful German advance. Soon, he experienced the complete collapse of the Tsar when Vladimir Lenin plunged the nation into revolution. Tsar Nicholas II abdicated the throne, and the Bolsheviks claimed dominion for the newly formed Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Bolsheviks, now in charge, suppressed any opposition to their reign. They shuttered any publication or businesses that dared challenge their authority, and arrested anyone brave enough to vocalize their dissent. In 1919, this censorship came for the Ryanovsky family. First, they came for their business, shutting it down, then kept close watch on the activities and associates of Ryanovsky's father. Fear crept into their every waking moment. Who knew when the Bolsheviks would come for their lives? Afraid, Ryanovsky's father purchased train tickets out of the country. But as they stood on the station platform, waiting for the train to arrive, his aunt and uncle approached them. Disheveled, unnerved, they desperately begged for money, but his father refused, stating he only had enough to support himself and the boy. Before the scene could grow any worse, the Bolshevik Red Guard appeared behind them. They dismissed the Ryanovskys, but detained the aunt and uncle. Through a window of the train, young Andrei watched as a confrontation broke out on the platform, ending with a crack of pistols, and his aunt and uncle lying face down in a lifeless heap on the ground. Right then, the train lurched forward with a boy who would never be the same again. They fled to Constantinople and eventually reached the United States. Here, Ryanovsky embraced the rugged individualism of the American spirit, where social Darwinism dictated that those endowed with natural genius and talent deserved their financial rewards, like Andrew Carnegie and Thomas Edison, and nothing should stand in their way. The very thought of oversight and regulations were considered a sin, and those unable to pull themselves up by their bootstraps deserved their punishment, a moral failing unworthy of any charity. In the thrall of it, Andrei Ryanovsky loved his new land he called home, this land that greatly influenced a nascent ideology forming in his head.
What is the greatest lie ever created? What is the most vicious obscenity ever perpetrated on mankind? Slavery, the Holocaust, Dictatorship? No. It's the tool with which all that wickedness is built. Altruism. Whenever anyone wants others to do their work, they call upon their altruism. Never mind your own needs, they say. Think of the needs of whoever. Of the state, of the poor, of the army, of the king, of God. The list goes on and on. How many catastrophes were launched with the words, think of yourself? It's the king and country crowd who light the torch of destruction. It is this great inversion, this ancient lie, which has chained humanity to an endless cycle of guilt and failure.
Andrei Rainovsky found fortune in his new homeland almost immediately. When he struck oil on his property, he smartly invested heavily in its development, and soon amassed an empire in the oil and railroad industries, surpassing the likes of Rockefeller and Vanderbilt, respectively. Grateful to his adopted country for this opportunity, he changed his name to Andrew Ryan, so as to sound more American, and established Ryan Industries. As his wealth and power grew, he refined his personal ideology further, categorizing two types of people in the world. One was man, and the other was a parasite.
What is the difference between a man and a parasite? A man builds, a parasite asks, where is my share? A man creates, a parasite says, what will the neighbors think? A man invents, a parasite says, watch out, or you might tread on the toes of God. The parasite expects the doctor to heal them for free, the farmer to feed them out of charity. How little they differ from the pervert who prowls the streets looking for a victim he can ravish for his grotesque amusement.
To Ryan, it was these parasites that were holding back social, economic, and cultural development. They were preventing the talented and hardworking from pulling what he came to call the Great Chain.
I believe in no God, no invisible man in the sky. But there is something more powerful than each of us, a combination of our efforts, a great chain of industry that unites us. But it is only when we struggle in our own interest that the chain pulls society in the right direction. The chain is too powerful and too mysterious for any government to guide. Any man who tells you different either has his hand in your pocket or a pistol to your neck.
Fortunately, Ryan lived in an era of Republican control, who spurred on economic growth by entwining business interests with government cooperation. They would oversee the weakening of the labor unions, the dismantling of the closed-shop system, and a booming stock market. But then in 1929, the market crashed, and the world descended into the Great Depression. Thousands saw their life savings evaporate, their homes seized, and their jobs eliminated. Destitute, those hit hardest begged for help, and one man was willing to provide them that relief.
The present leadership in Washington stands convicted, not because it did not have the means to plan, but fundamentally because it did not have the will to do.
Franklin D. Roosevelt. In 1932, he sailed into the White House and implemented the New Deal, much to Andrew Ryan's chagrin. Roosevelt's welfare policies were completely antithetical to Ryan's philosophy.
My journey to Rapture was my second exodus. In 1919, I fled a country that had been traded in despotism for insanity. Marxist revolution simply traded one lie for another. Instead of one man, the Tsar, owning the work of all the people own the work of all of the people. So, I came to America, where a man could own his own work, where a man could benefit from the brilliance of his own mind, the strength of his own muscles, the might of his own will. I had thought I had left the parasites of Moscow behind me. I had thought I had left the Marxist altruists to their collective farms and their 5-year plans. As the German fools threw themselves on Hitler's sword for the good of the Reich, the Americans drank deeper and deeper of the Bolshevik poison, spoon-fed to them by Roosevelt and his New Dealers.
FDR's presidency radically changed the relationship between the people and the government. Its involvement in banks and businesses increased with the passage of the Glass-Steagall Act and establishment of the National Recovery Administration. Americans were hired by a variety of federal programs, including the Civilian Conservation Corps and the Public Works Administration. Federal funds were dispersed for regional projects such as the Tennessee Valley Authority and the Central Valley Project. The Wagner Act strengthened unions, and the Social Security Act provided a safety net for those reaching their golden years. Though FDR sought to pull the United States out of the Great Depression, Ryan believed his New Deal had only turned America into a paradise for the parasites. He resisted every measure of the administration's altruism.
I once bought a forest. The parasites claimed that the land belonged to God and demanded that I establish a public park there. Why? So the rabble could stand slack-jawed under the canopy and pretend that it was paradise earned. When Congress moved to nationalize my forest, I burnt it to the ground.
Recognizing that this world was no longer meant for him, a seed of an idea grew in his mind and began to take form.
And so, I asked myself, in what country was there a place for men like me? Men who refused to say yes to the parasites and the doubters. Men who believed that work was sacred and property rights inviolate. And then, one day, the happy answer came to me, my friends. There was no country for people like me. And that was the moment I decided to build one.
Years passed and another war consumed the world before that idea of Andrew Ryan sprouted and blossomed into a tangible reality, though events outside of his control had forced his hand. In August of 1945, Ryan's personal secretary, known only as Sullivan, handed him his daily report. It recounted the bombing of both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Stunned, Ryan immediately recognized the harbinger of things to come. A desolate world shrouded in a nuclear cloud. His dream now took on a new urgency. Thus, on August 21st, he began assembling like-minded people to join this project to build a utopia, placing it where none believed possible, on the ocean's floor.
Build a city at the bottom of the sea. Insanity. But where else could we be free from the clutching hand of the parasites? Where else could we build an economy that they would not try to control, a society that they would not try to destroy? It was not impossible to build Rapture at the bottom of the sea. It was impossible to build it anywhere else.
Sullivan joined first as security. His task was to ensure nobody caught wise to this operation. Next, he contracted Wales & Wales, an architectural firm founded by brothers Daniel and Simon Wales. They had made a name for themselves in Ireland, designing grand cathedrals. So who better than them to design Ryan's utopia?
Now in the motherland, Simon and I designed cathedrals together. But I was the black old sheep back there, never believing a word of the Jesus bollocks myself. Then, Andrew Ryan says he wants Wales & Wales for Rapture. A cathedral with no God, befitting the ascent of man.
Days later, Bill McDonough would join the project by happenstance.
I met Ryan the day me and the lads were installing the bathroom plumbing up in his Posh Park Avenue digs. Oi, says he, what's with all the brass fittings? General contractor had me down for the tip. Well, I says, I suppose it's the contractor then who'll be bailing out your loo once a fortnight, is it? If it's price you're worried about, I'll be picking up the brass, so not to worry, Squire. And why would you be doing that, says he? Well, Mr. Ryan, profit or not, no man bails water out of privies built by Bill McDonough. Next day I finds out I'm Ryan's new general contractor.
Next came financing the whole operation. This Ryan had to do in secret. First, he established several shell companies, then used them to funnel money through to buy the necessary materials. One such shell company that came to light was Warden Yarn, an anagram of his name. They conducted business with Orrin Ludwig's Scarlet Sovereign Import and Export in order to acquire large amounts of aluminum. For months, the ruse worked as Ryan secretly built his city.
Of course, the buildings are being fabricated above the waves. But we will lower them on a lunette ring, submerged into the structure's steel frames. So much steel, you wonder. How will we keep so large a purchase from the government? Water is buoyant. We shall not frame Rapture in steel, but in aluminium. The government jackals may suspect me of building an air force, but never a city.
Now that all the pieces were in place, Ryan boarded his private steamliner, the Olympian, and set sail in search of the perfect spot for his utopia under the sea.
Andrew Ryan wakes one night while cruising the Atlantic in his steamliner, the Olympian. His sleep interrupted with a singular purpose. Here, he shouts to his crewmen as he wipes sleep from his eyes. Full stop. We begin building here. Refitted for heavy construction, the Olympian returns with a new cargo. A state-of-the-art submersible platform, nicknamed the Sinker, ferries supplies and workers to the sea floor, fathoms below. After initial supplies have been brought to the seafloor, the platform is permanently moored in the sediment. Massive iron girders are sunk hundreds of feet into the rock and silt. Below the platform, engineers work to overcome obstacles such as diamond-hard rock, obstinate sea life, and unexpected avalanche. After the platform is secured, work progresses at an astounding rate. Designed to be the foundation of Rapture, workers toil around the clock to create the metropolis you see today.
Located between Iceland and Greenland, Ryan's utopia took form over the next 6 years as the main districts and arteries opened for operation. Arcadia produced the oxygen necessary to breathe thousands of leagues under the sea. Fort Frolic offered the arts and entertainment to a bustling populace. And Rapture Central Computing kept the city running smoothly through advanced automation. Rapture Metro tied the whole city together, and Apollo Square housed the inhabitants in affordable living. Then there were the hundreds of products and stores sprinkled throughout the whole expanse of the city, including Lamb's Garden, Jet Postal, Lots & Sons, Fontaine Fisheries, Hop-Up, Circus of Values, and so much more. Andrew Ryan named his utopia Rapture, and it was to be a Garden of Eden for those who worship the ingenuity and talents of the individual. When the first inhabitants arrived in 1946, they had to pass through a lighthouse, where a giant statue of Andrew Ryan welcomed the incoming migrants with a banner held high for all to see. Emblazoned on it were the words of Rapture's defining philosophical virtue: no gods or kings, only men. Then, boarding the bathysphere, they would hear the man himself speak as they set a course for the city.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow, it belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose Rapture. A city where the artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow, Rapture can become your city as well.
Andrew Ryan had done it. He had built the impossible and filled it with the greatest minds the world had ever produced. Sander Cohen, Gil Alexander, Yi Su Chong, J.S. Steinman, Augustus Sinclair, Charles Milton Porter, Brigid Tenenbaum, and many more. He hoped they would grab hold of the Great Chain and pull Rapture to glory.
Best drink I ever had was a tin cup of rot gut, just after throwing the last seam up on Hephaestus. I remember thinking, we just built paradise. A heart ain't never gonna top this.
By 1951, the world above now served no purpose for the men like Andrew Ryan. And that year, he officially cut all contact between Rapture and the surface world. Soon, the city would enter its golden era. The woman who tugged the hardest upon the Great Chain and pulled Rapture into its golden era was the scientist Brigid Tenenbaum. Before arriving in the underwater city in 1946, she had spent the majority of World War II imprisoned at Auschwitz, a Nazi concentration camp. There, the young woman would make the first major discovery of her life.
I was at German prison camp, only 16 years old when I realized I have love for science. German doctor, he make experiment. Sometimes he makes scientific error. I tell him of this error, and this make him angry. But then he asks, how can a child know such a thing? I tell him sometimes I just know. He screams at me, then why tell me? Well, I said, if you are going to do such things, at least you should do them properly. At the German prison camp, they put me to work on genetic experiments on other prisoners. They call me das Wunderkind, the Wonder Child. Germans. All they can talk about is blue eyes and the shape of forehead. All I care about is, why is this one born strong and that one weak? This one smart, that one stupid. All that killing. You think the Germans could have been interested in something useful?
Brigid Tenenbaum didn't care that she was experimenting on her own people. What mattered most to her was the science, the discoveries. Fortunately for her, her status as Das Wunderkind kept her alive until the camp's liberation by Soviet forces. The rest of her family, however, were not so lucky. They were gassed, cremated, and their ashes scattered in a pit nearby. Not too long afterward, Brigid Tenenbaum disappeared. Many speculated that she had been smuggled away by the Americans as part of Operation Paperclip, or had been killed due to her involvement in the Nazi doctor's experiments. However, the truth of the matter is that she arrived in Rapture, where she would make the greatest discovery of her career.
I saw one of the smugglers having a game of catching on the docks today, and this surprised me because his hands were crippled during the war. He was unloading the barge the other day when he was bitten from the sea slug. He woke up the next morning and he found he could move his fingers for the first time in years. I asked him if he still had that sea slug. As luck would have it, he did.
Taking the slug, Tenenbaum eagerly experimented on it, subjecting it to a barrage of tests, till the slug revealed its special abilities.
This little sea slug has come along and glued together all the crazy ideas I've had since the war. It doesn't just heal damaged cells, it resurrects them. I can bend the double helix, Black can be reborn white, tall, short, weak, strong. But the slugs alone are not enough. I'll need money. And one other thing.
The sea slug produced a strange liquid material Tenenbaum dubbed Atom. This substance produced raw stem cells that could morph into any type of cell, allowing for the reconfigurement of someone's genetic structure. And with some proper manipulations, Atom could do more than repair a man's crippled hand. Yet unlocking Atom's true potential required a lot more testing, which necessitated a sponsor to fund the whole operation. Thus why Tenenbaum turned to Frank Fontaine.
Spent the morning jawing with that Kraut scientist. She's damaged goods, all right. Just like all those chumps they scraped out of them prison camps. But she's no crackpot. She's gonna make me the kind of scratch that'll have Ryan look like he's running a paper route. She just needs some supplies to get the ball rolling and a friend to watch her back.
Frank Fontaine was a shady businessman with a dubious past. He arrived in Rapture in 1948 and set up a smuggling ring with a group of loyal men he brought along to the city. When Ryan cut contact to the surface 3 years later, Fontaine's business received a noticeable boost in operations, and he was raking in the money. Though Tenenbaum preferred to collaborate with someone of higher repute, her options were limited.
As the respectable labs have all turned me away, I have turned to Fontaine's smugglers in Port Neptune for supplies. Fontaine's men are pigs. They spit, they stink. But they deliver, and they don't ask questions. They're all terrified of Fontaine. He reminds me a bit of the Germans. So efficient. It wouldn't surprise me if he were soon running things down here.
Between the two of them, an agreement was made. Fontaine would fund Tenenbaum's experiments, while Tenenbaum would produce enough Atom for eventual public consumption. She would hold true to this agreement, even when her future studies revealed Atom's highly addictive properties.
Atom acts like a benign cancer, destroying native cells and replacing them with unstable stem versions. While this very instability is what gives it its amazing properties, it is also what causes the cosmetic and mental damage. You need more and more Atom just to keep back the tide. From a medical standpoint, this is catastrophic. From a business standpoint, well, Fontaine sees the possibilities.
As a scientist in need of financial backing, she could easily dismiss this detriment without worry. But when another obstacle arose halting her research directly, she could not. The sea slugs were unable to produce enough Atom to sell on a large scale. She needed to find a way to expedite the production process. After many failed attempts, Tenenbaum surgically embedded the slugs into the stomachs of test subjects, and the results were promising.
The augmentation procedure is a success. The slugs alone could not provide enough Atom for serious work, but combined with the host, now we have something. The slug is embedded in the lining of the host's stomach, and after the host feeds, we induce regurgitation. And then we have 20-30 times yield of usable Atom. The problem now is the shortage of hosts. Fontaine says patience, Tenenbaum. Soon, the first home for little sisters will open, and that problem will be solved.
But there was a catch. The sea slug would only embed in the stomachs of young girls, around 5 to 10 years old. Yet, as Tenenbaum noted, little girls were in short supply in Rapture. That was until Frank Fontaine remedied that with the founding of the Little Sisters Orphanage. Tenenbaum's research now could advance forward unencumbered.
I know why it has to be children, but why just girls? This I cannot determine why, but I know it is so. Fontaine says, one less bathroom to build in the orphanage. It is amazing to watch the effect of Atom on their small bodies. Their own cells replaced by the new stems the instant they are damaged. These children are practically invulnerable. It is a shame you could not do the same thing to an adult. There would be quite a market for a man you could not kill.
Not only are those little girls veritable atom factories, they're nearly indestructible. They regenerate any wounded flesh with stem versions of the dead cells. But their relationship with the implanted slugs is symbiotic. If you harvest the slug, the host will die. So you see, it's not like killing, Tenenbaum said. It's more like removing a terminal patient from life support.
The children must remain functional to be effective producers of Atom. I had hoped we placed them into vegetative states so they would be more pliable. I find being around them very uncomfortable. Even with those things implanted in their bellies, they are still children. They play and sing. Sometimes they look at me and they don't stop. Sometimes they smile.
Now that Tenenbaum was producing large amounts of Atom, next was to refine them into a consumable product for sale. To do this, Frank Fontaine brought Dr. Yi Suchong onto the project. Son of a house servant in rural Korea, Dr. Suchong allegedly sold opium to Japanese soldiers to fund his experiments during World War II. It is believed he survived the slaughter of his village because of this. Eventually, he disappeared and made a new home in Rapture, where he founded Suchong Institute and Laboratories for independent research. He was initially contracted with Ryan Industries and Sinclair Solutions, but inconsistent funding prompted him to work secretly with Fontaine Futuristics. There, he'd meet Bridget Tenenbaum for the first time.
That's quite a little monster Fontaine's dug up. When she does speak, which is almost never, her accent is thick and grating. Her hair is filthy and she seems to wear the same mustard-stained jumper day after day. But I've got to hand it to Frank. Tenenbaum is the old-timer diamond in the rough. No formal training, no experience, but put her in front of a gene sequence and she's Mozart at the harpsichord.
Suchong's task was to develop a series of plasmids and gene tonics that genetically modified a variety of physical and mental attributes, and he delved into his work with relish.
Tenenbaum. Sometimes I pity the little freak. Such a tiny imagination. Content to sit there with the tanks of Atom tweaking and optimizing. I need to create. Atom is a canvas of a genetic modification, but the plasmids are the paint. Clinical trial lot 23, Dr. Suchong, client Fontaine Futuristics. Work on telekinesis plasmid proceeding well. Lifting objects at distance presents no problem. Moving objects through space, no problem. Cannot stop speeding bullet, but can catch and throw faster-moving object. Problem not with plasmid. Problem with reaction time. Suchong just get new idea for plasmid. Clinical trial lot 44, Dr. Suchong, client Fontaine Futuristics. Subject is white male, one Roland Wallace. Can you hear me, Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir, Mr. Suchong, sir.
Very well. Right, I'm introducing lot 44 now. We've codenamed lot 44 Enrage because of its tendency to... Nurse? Hold him down! Nurse!
Once Atom was ready for market, Frank Fontaine used his connections and talents to get the city hooked on the stuff.
I've never known a problem can't be solved with the right kind of party. Met a man named Frankie Fontaine at my shindig last night. Old Frankie's gonna help me get my contraband kitties down here. And he brought something new to the party as well. Something positively scandalous. Some kind of wonder drug called Atom.
Atom was an instant success. Practically everyone was scrambling to get their hands on the latest gene tonic that improved your physical stamina or mental capabilities. Plasmids were all the rage now that one could easily light a fire with a flick of the wrist or pull items towards you with only your mind. Fontaine made a fortune. But there were those who cautioned against the use of Atom and harped on the hazardous effects it had on the user, not to mention the financial crunch it had on smaller businesses. But for Andrew Ryan, the creation of Adam was merely the greatest test of his ideology.
There has been tremendous pressure to regulate this plasmid business. There have been side effects, blindness, insanity, death. But what use is our ideology if it is not tested? The market does not respond like an infant, shrieking at the first sign of displeasure. The market is patient, and we must be too. Gregory, don't come whining to me about market forces, and don't expect me to punish citizens for showing a little initiative. If you don't like what Fontaine is doing, well, I suggest you find a way to offer a better product.
He turned a blind eye to Adam's impact on Rapture at the beginning, but others were not so willing. Those like Bill McDonough saw clearly the writing on the wall.
Rapture's changing, but Ryan can't see the wolves in the woods. This Fontaine fellow, he's a crook and a proper tea leaf, but he's got the Adam, and that makes him the governor.
Fontaine grabbed hold of the great chain and gave it a mighty pull in a direction Andrew Ryan had not expected, nor come to appreciate. Yet Fontaine was not the only one trying to force the great chain to bend to their will. Under pressure from the inhabitants of Rapture, Andrew Ryan invited a psychiatrist to come live in the underwater city, and when Dr. Sophia Lamb arrived, she sought not just a tug at the great chain, but to break it entirely.
I know the surface, Eleanor. I spent half a lifetime there, in service of the common good. But then, I heard my own words twisted by fat old men squatting over the embers of Hiroshima. Were the modern world a patient in my care, I would diagnose it suicidal. On perhaps that point alone, Andrew Ryan is correct. Rapture is deliverance.
Nearly 5 years after the first inhabitants of Rapture arrived, mental fatigue began to set in on those so far beneath the ocean. To remedy this, Andrew Ryan allowed a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Sophia Lamb into Rapture to address the growing effects of isolation.
I'm told that the people grow tense and isolated in the absence of the sun. Now they clamor for a psychiatrist. Do they miss the state censor, I wonder? Wartime seizure of private assets? Or the checkup police vanishing them in the night? Regardless, this Lamb woman is said to be the foremost practitioner in her field. Fine. If she can quiet the rattling of the great chain's weakest links, I will leave her to it.
Born somewhere in the United Kingdom, she was ingrained at an early age by her father the ideas of the greater good.
My father was a physician. He raised me not to echo him, but to model the world as it ought to be. I was to teach a simple moral calculus. Each choice as though the world must bear it. Each life or death for the common good. He called it the triage imperative, and would laugh without smiling.
She'd adopt that philosophy as her own, and eventually earn a PhD in psychiatry at the University of Oxford. For the rest of her life, she yearned for a utopia, just like Andrew Ryan. But, unlike him, she believed a true utopia could only be founded on altruistic ideals.
Rapture. The keenest minds in the world, united under the ocean, yet somehow expected to subscribe to the same model of self-interest. Ryan could be staggeringly naive. As individuals, no matter how brilliant, each was a prisoner to his or her own ego, a sea of dreams in constant flux. But in Adam, their genes remain, ready to be tested against a moral vessel. Utopia cannot precede the utopian. It will exist the moment we are fit to occupy it.
While Ryan sought a utopia free of external constraints, Lamb recognized that utopia could only be achieved first by freeing ourselves from internal prisons. Something that seemed near impossible to do. That is until Rapture showed her the key to unlocking the cell doors that have kept us trapped for so long. Adam.
Until Adam, the human animal was a slave to the gene, the inner tyrant. Lust, greed, rage, self-obsession was etched into our DNA. We were not pulling the great chain of progress, as Ryan believed, but shackled to it. But now, in theory, we can redraft the human blueprint. Serving the common interest can become as natural as breathing. The tyrant will simply go extinct.
She set to work immediately, enlightening the citizens of Rapture with her altruistic ideas. Every week, Lamb traveled to Popper's Drop and offered free therapy sessions for the downtrodden living there. Popper's Drop used to be a maintenance junction of the Atlantic Express Railroad, until unemployed workers built up hastily made shelters that it became a shantytown.
Old Papa's Drop's the worst neighborhood in Rapture, but it's a hell of an opportunity to raise up some affordable housing. When Atlantic Express was constructing their luxury passenger line, this place was hollowed out beneath as flop houses for the railway crew. Nobody was supposed to reside down here long term, but when you're broke in this town, you're not exactly swimming in alternatives. I don't favor spending more than an hour or so down here at a time. There ain't a side of the tracks more wrong than under 'em.
The people of Popper's Drop had been forgotten by the Great Chain, and they did all they could just to survive day to day. But then Dr. Sophia Lamb's therapy sessions gave them something they thought they had lost: self-respect, purpose, and hope.
Third session today with this amazing limey shrink, Dr. Sophia Lamb. She said that all Ryan's horse shit about always looking out for number one is turning us little guys against each other. And what we need is unity, solidarity. Then, she held up a mirror. Turns out, I wear my hair and mustache just like Ryan. So today, I'm spreading the word about Lamb. And tonight, I'm shaving my whole stupid head.
And, according to her, she found other ways to endear herself to the down and out, while uplifting the spirits of the most destitute.
You must learn to play poker, Eleanor. Like anyone, I am flawed and have a fierce genetic bias towards competition. But each Saturday, I read the other players, and I pick a man who will benefit the most from victory. By the final hand, I ensure that he takes home my entire stake, and that of the others. I win nothing but the feeling of conquest over myself, and the wealth of my competitors is slowly reshuffled according to their needs.
Soon, Lamb cultivated a following of her ideas. She'd encourage patients to wear a butterfly pin as an expression of their support. As more and more people wore the butterfly, a symbol of metamorphosis, it quickly became the most ubiquitous insignia of the Rapture family, as Lamb's supporters came to be called.
The blue morpho bounces off the glass as I watch. I fold these paper effigies as secret badges for the faithful. The morpho caterpillar doesn't spin a cocoon. It just grows armor on the inside before the change. It is us. To wear a butterfly is to support Dr. Lamb and the family. Before long, Rapture will split wide and take wing. Imago is coming.
I was on my way to a new badge. High and mighty Lieutenant Asshole in Ryan's private forces. But Dr. Lamb showed me that I got a duty to the common man, not Ryan. I feel like praying, and I ain't said 2 words to God since I was in short pants. And I'm not alone anymore. There's lots of us wearing her butterfly pins now. So what if it looks a little bit, twinkle toes?
Lamb even attracted some of the most stalwart of followers, like Simon Wales. He was half of the architectural duo of Wales and Wales who helped design Rapture. However, when structural issues began to emerge, Simon experienced an intense crisis of confidence, propelling him into the arms of the family.
Brothers and sisters, the temptation to languish in self-pity is great. Who can deny it? Beleaguered as we are by the sins of our past. But self-pity is no more than a tricky shade of pride, freezing us up when we should act. The Lamb's path leads us beyond the reach of the self, obliterating the ego. But we must work for it. We must not lie caged in our bones, groveling at the ego's altar.
Now dubbed Father Simon Wales, he began preaching to those who would listen against the ideals that once led him to design the very city he now inhabited.
Hearken unto me, my children. I must tell you of the Demiurge, the proud and blind architect of all creation. The Demiurge was the dream of the one true God, cleaved apart from him as he slept. It held a part of the Lord's energy and took the shape of a worm with the head of a lion. Ignorant of the one true God, and believing itself to be the sole craftsman of the firmament, the Demiurge breathed life into the earth. And so it wrought the crude and base design men call natural selection. Life was cast in moving clay. One ineffable spark of the sublime Creator, thrust by the worm into imperfect flesh, and ascending only over eons of ignorance, pain, and sin. Too late did the one God wake, and saw what the Demiurge had done. The Lord then cast the worm into the sea, where it lay for thousands of years. Now let us speak of today, my children. The Demiurge tempted Andrew Ryan, and I was his disciple, a blind architect myself. Arrogant of my gifts, I raised this shrine to the pride of man, Rapture.
Meanwhile, Lamb's growing family eventually caught the eye of Andrew Ryan. His perspective on her changed. No longer was she a simple, innocuous remedy to the populace's deepening cabin fever, but now a corrupting force threatening the very existence of Rapture. He regretted caving in to the people's demands and inviting her to Rapture. Therefore, hoping to weaken her influence, he agreed to a series of public debates on a wide range of issues.
Religious rites, Doctor? You're free to kneel before whatever tribal fetish you favor in the comfort of your own home. But in Rapture, liberty is our only law. A man's only duty is to himself. To imply otherwise, therefore, is criminal.
Ask yourself, Andrew, what is your great chain of progress but a faith? The chain is a symbol for an irrational force guiding us towards ascension. No less mystic than the crucifixes you seize and burn.
White is not black, Dr. Lamb. Down is not up, and straw is not gold. Look around you. Rapture is no miracle. It is a product of reason. Impossible unless 1 and 1 are 2, and A equates to A.
And yet, alone, each man is a prisoner to bias, dream, delusion, or the pain of a phantom limb. To one man, they are as real as rain. Reality is consensus, and the people are losing faith. Take a walk, Andrew. It is raining in Rapture, and you have simply chosen not to notice.
The debates did not work out in Ryan's favor, and, in fact, the Rapture family only continued to grow as the years passed. Sophia Lamb released a philosophical book titled Unity and Metamorphosis. which became a sacred text that Father Simon Wales used as the basis of his sermons. Then came news of Sophia Lamb's pregnancy.
To my daughter, Eleanor, soon you will be born, and Rapture will be your home. You shall be raised as I was, to advance the common good through social psychiatry. This city's potential is immeasurable, Eleanor, yet our beliefs are unwelcome here. Life will be difficult, but the price of revolution is always dear. If we are patient with her, Rapture will come to us.
Who the father was unimportant. Eleanor was to be the saving grace of Rapture. That's all that really mattered, at least for Sophia Lamb.
Rapture is a paradise of the ego, Eleanor. Under Ryan, the voices of an entire city sing the virtues of greed and pride. But truth, rather, is in the body. Already they grow weary of struggling against one another in fruitless competition. Observe the bent backs, the drawn faces. Ryan promised us more, they seem to say. In what shall we now believe? And Eleanor, it is our task to answer.
A cloud of mystery still hangs over Lamb's pregnancy and Eleanor's birth. All that can be known is that a baby girl came into this world deep under the ocean, in a city thought impossible.
Eleanor is progressing brilliantly. My physical participation in her birth was minimized, of course. It is vital that I am unhindered by nature's crude bias. I will be, above all, her intellectual progenitor, loyal not to her, but to the people she will ultimately save. But I admit, it is with some measure of pride that I review her marks in standard intelligence tests. As an agent of our beliefs, she may surpass even me.
Believing Eleanor to be a vital vessel to achieving her goals, Lamb kept her daughter away from other children and tutored her in private so as to nurture a genius-level intellect. Father Simon Wales, for his part, preached Eleanor's delivery with the same reverence as those who sermonize the virgin birth of Jesus Christ.
We believe in the daughter of the Lamb, hallowed Savior and anointed vessel, whose blood with our blood, sin with our sin, mind with our minds, life with our life, lifts us up from the depths, transcends base temptation, and delivers us all from ego. We commend ourselves to the new and unknown, born by our common strength and guided by the Lamb.
Around this time, a new patient joined Dr. Sophia Lamb's therapy session. Her name was Grace Holloway. On the surface, she had lived in a Hooverville during the Great Depression. But down in Rapture, she made good money with her singing career. That was until she began singing about the deplorable conditions of the working class, while the rich lived lavishly off the laborers' hard work. Andrew Ryan did not take kindly to this and blacklisted her. Forced into poverty for the second time in her life, Holloway settled in Pauper's Drop and sang at the Limbo Room. That's when she turned to Sophia Lamb for help.
Dr. Lamb, Sophia, I came down here to sing and to start a family, but I just don't fit with these people. Look at you. You fit with them.
Grace, in Ryan's Rapture, I am the pariah. You and I share unpopular ideas, but I wonder, how devoted are you to the Rapture people? If you wish to know more, wear this butterfly brooch at our next session. If not, no harm done. We shall never speak of it again.
She resisted wearing the butterfly brooch for a time, especially since her life appeared to be improving. Because soon after taking residence in Pauper's Drop, she found James. They fell madly in love, and she knew nothing but happiness during her days with him. But like all things in Rapture, that happiness wasn't destined to last. James was a social activist, unafraid to speak out against Andrew Ryan. This led to his eventual disappearance.
He's gone. James was the only man I ever loved, and now it's like he never even came to Rapture. He heard me sing at the Limbo Room, Came up all bashful. He liked hearing songs about what it's really like to live in this town. I think he's been trying to organize folks against Ryan. And now he's gone. And I'm here, singing Rise, Rapture, Rise. Scared to death they're gonna come for me.
Though Holloway presented an air of patriotism in public, in the privacy of her own home, she was deeply upset and angry. So the next time she saw Dr. Lamb, she wore the brooch.
All right, Doctor. I'm here. But don't think wearing this butterfly means I'm happy.
Grace, I know you all too well. Want of child defines you. But biological loyalty turns us against the rest of the world, whom we ought to love in equal measure. Your poverty is testament to that, but your voice inspires the people. I am asking you to join a much larger family. Though your body failed you, you shall live on in us.
Change had to come to Rapture. And the longer Grace Holloway spent with Dr. Lamb, the more she was convinced who would bring about that change.
My folks lived in the St. Louis Hooverville in 32, and the drop is worse by a mile. Nobody's supposed to live down here. City pissing on us. Never dry. Ryan doesn't care, and Fontaine's a damn crook. But Dr. Lamb cares. We're still people to her. She's offering free mental counseling on Sundays. When I go, I get the feeling she's got a plan for Rapture. And for me.
Soon, the conflict of ideologies between Ryan and Lamb would come to a head. After the debates, Lamb publicly challenged Ryan with the opening of Dionysus Park. She wanted the park to be a living experience of her collectivist ideas, while also testing the limits of Ryan's philosophy that artists should no longer fear the censor. Therefore, Dionysus Park proudly displayed art that criticized or went against Ryan's ideals. To add insult to injury, Lamb also opened the park free of charge, in contrast to Ryan's Arcadia, which charged visitors.
Dionysus Park. Lamb mocks me in the naming of this place. She knows precisely how I feel about this celebration of unconscious art. The artist reflects the world as it ought to be, not as it is damned to be by some spasm of the lower mind. I shall not censor. The park is Lamb's property. However, if the case we are building against her proves true, I will return with a sledgehammer.
Ryan became obsessed with Lamb and considered her the biggest threat against Rapture, bigger than that of Frank Fontaine's growing plasmid empire. She needed to be removed once and for all, and he knew exactly who to call to get the job done.
Lamb is becoming a problem. The woman is a damned collectivist. Here in Rapture, how could the council fail to see it? Worse, to hide her intent, she gulls these patients of hers into a religious frenzy. A new Kremlin will rise and swallow the council house before they realize they've been had. I will not have my city swindled by the parasite, whatever its guise. It is time, I think, to call Sinclair.
Augustus Sinclair shared Andrew Ryan's worldview, but stopped short of embracing the Great Chain. Events in his younger days had cast the veil aside, revealing the true nature of the world. One he took to heart.
I hear often, Mr. Sinclair, you just got a heart of stone. Don't you want to share with your fellow man? And I tell him, listen, I hail from sunny Panama, and my granddaddy, he got himself drowned building the big ditch. Went on and on about doing it for the people, for the world entire. Well, not for me, thank you. I came to Georgia to strike it rich, and Rapture all the more so. You won't catch me blowing my last bubble for any other personage, plural or singular.
When Andrew Ryan tapped Sinclair to join him, Sinclair eagerly accepted the invitation. Here, he would take his self-interested business savvy to the next level.
Andrew Ryan,
He reckoned the free market was some kind of Holy Spirit gonna lead us all over the rainbow. And I reckon it's a big fat hooker too dim to spot a wooden nickel. So old Andy went and became his own ghost, and I whittled nickels till I made a mint.
He established Sinclair Solutions, a firm dedicated to resolving business problems through methods not exactly on the level. Andrew Ryan didn't necessarily approve of Sinclair's services, but when push came to shove, Ryan was more than willing to pay the price. He called up Sinclair and negotiated a deal. Sinclair will build a detention facility, and Ryan will supply the detainees. In no time, Persephone was built, a prison located in an enormous cavern carved out of the bedrock.
Persephone, secret home of Sinclair Solutions. I bet against Andy Ryan's vision of harmony and rapture, offered him a quiet place to send anybody who wasn't working out, and now I'm sitting on my own private think tank. Technically, Utopia shouldn't have much use for a detention facility, but if you do business as long as I have, well, you learn to pick a brand name from the writing on the wall.
With Persephone finished, the next step was figuring out how to get Lamb there.
Sinclair, I don't care how you accomplish Lamb's removal from the public eye. Indeed, I'd rather cease contact with you altogether. But allow me to make this plain. I don't want to see Lamb on the streets again, peddling her Bolshevik fever dreams to my people. Bury her memory, Sinclair. Bury it, and salt the earth.
To accomplish this, Sinclair first needed dirt on Lamb and her family. So he turned to a trusted journalist who worked for the Rapture Tribune, Stanley Poole. He had made a name for himself covering a deep-sea diver who accidentally discovered the underwater city. For a time, the citizens celebrated his heroics and nicknamed him Johnny Topside. Then he disappeared from public consciousness entirely.
I met with Sinclair today of Sinclair Solutions. It's this pseudo-legal firm he set up to take problems Ryan doesn't want to admit he has and make them go away. I could fill 40 front pages of the Tribune with stories about this fella if he wasn't paying me not to. And he's got work for me, right? I ask what, and he flashes me these $1,000 Steinman teeth saying this job will, quote, change history. I wish I could publish this stuff. It's newsman pay dirt. Sinclair says Ryan's making a move against Sophia Lamb, and they want to cut me in on the action. They're building a case that Lamb's a closet pinko, sort of an undercover thing. So I cozy up to this guy Wales, who works for Lamb, making like I want to join up. Then I find out whether he grew his beard for Jesus or Karl Marx.
Poole accepted the job and set to work infiltrating the family.
Well, I'm in. Yep, yours truly is the newest member of the Rapture family. I fed Wales a line about how the Tribune was stopping me from telling the people what's what, and without a word, he hands me an invite to this artist retreat here at the park. Lamb bought my Frustrated Novelist Act. She's even sponsoring me to ink it while I'm here, except my story's all about her. And I don't think she's gonna like the way it ends.
Finding evidence of Lamb's Marxist plans proved difficult to obtain, and the longer it took him to dig anything up, the harder Ryan's men came down on him. Before he knew it, playing the dual roles of mole and informant had badly frayed Poole's nerves.
So, Ryan's goons are sweating me to prove this place is a closet commune. But I need time. Lamb's kid keeps staring me down like she knows that I'm a phony. I keep thinking of Johnny Topside, though. It took real guts to find Rapture like he did. It makes it easier not to crack if I sort of imagine that I'm him. It's a good thing I can't tell Lamb that, though. She'd probably say I got a secret need to fall into his arms and make a wild whoopee or something.
Fortunately, to Poole's delight, he finally stumbled upon the evidence that would finally free him of this job.
Dr. Lamb's trying to take the city by sponsoring the artsy types here. big thinkers to speak out against Ryan in their work. And all of it is right here in the park galleries, open to the public. Lamb ain't even charging for it. And then Rapture, that's just brazen, like some kind of naturist camp where everybody wears pole hats and nothing else. It won't be long before Ryan's cronies can move in, and I can finally stop holding my breath.
Andrew Ryan now had everything he needed to lock Sophia Lamb away for good. It was time to act.
Do you remember what you told me, Bill? A marketplace of ideas. That was you. If I submit to the debates with Lamb, we defang her. I've done so. And have you been to Pauper's Drop, Bill? Listen.
When you're down and out.
Between each song, these Oblomovs hand out her manifesto. Her face adorns every wall. Saint Lamb. You made her, McDonough. And now, you will convince the council to sponsor her silence.
While Andrew Ryan pushed the council to vote for Lamb's arrest, Dr. Sophia Lamb meanwhile caught word of the conspiracy.
At last, we have our Judas. One of my own people has been feeding Ryan evidence of my activities, and now I am to be detained. As a religion, they merely monitored us, but as a commune, they would see us crucified. And yet, though he will be the last to see it, Andrew Ryan has already lost the people. Wherever I am sent, Rapture will follow.
Without a moment to waste, Lamb set to work ensuring her daughter would be taken care of during her detainment.
I know it's wrong to feel so fine right now, but I can't seem to quit this grin. Dr. Lamb came to tell me that Ryan's finally gonna lock her up. It's gonna gut the believers, and I should feel the same. But Sophia remembered that I was barren, and she asked me to take care of her baby while she's gone. Baby Eleanor Lamb. Gorgeous, clever little girl. I have a child now, and it's gonna put the whole world all right.
On the day of her arrest, Sophia Lamb bid farewell to her daughter.
Now, Eleanor, Mummy has to go away for a while. You shall be staying with Aunt Gracie.
Mummy, don't go.
Eleanor, you are better than that. Do you remember what I told you?
I am very special.
That's right. And what else?
I was born to change the world.
Yes. And when Mummy returns home, the world will be very different indeed. She will make it ready for you.
Sophia Lamb was locked away in Persephone, removing one thorn from Andrew Ryan's paw. But there was still another, Frank Fontaine. And with Lamb out of the picture, Fontaine decided it was his turn to cause a little mischief.
This Lamb twist went after Ryan all cockeyed. Solidarity angle was smart at first. Poor houses and bread lines, high-grade bunco. And that religious rights debate? Gotta wonder if she staged it just to watch Ryan squirm up there in his monkey suit. Lamb's only problem is she really buys into the whole song and dance. Saving the world? Ha! Rapture just ain't her town. Ryan's got her on ice somewhere now. And I figured that opens up the charity scam for the professionals.
This Fontaine fellow is somebody to watch. Once he was just a menace, to be convicted and hung. But he always manages to be where the evidence isn't. He's the most dangerous type of hoodlum, the kind with vision.
Frank Fontaine initially appeared a worthy competitor with his plasmid business, but when he started pulling the great chain in a direction Andrew Ryan did not like, his admiration for Fontaine disappeared. The veil had dropped and Ryan saw Fontaine for who he really was, a common scam artist, which described him well, since that was his occupation on the surface. Fontaine was not his real last name. He had gone by many over the years, including Barris, Winston, Moskowitz, and Wang. Very few knew his real last name. As a young boy, he worked at a vaudeville theater, where he'd learn the craft of acting and develop his skills of blending into any environment. Moving to New York, he adopted the name Gorland and established a bookmaking business. Soon afterwards, he'd claim ownership of the bar, The Clanger, under dubious circumstances. This became the headquarters of his many grifts. The bar acted as a rumor mill, supplying Gorland with valuable tidbits along the docks. One such tidbit hinted at the real intentions of Andrew Ryan's operations. Curious, Gorland investigated further and discovered that Ryan was building a city under the ocean, and Gorland wanted in. Luckily for him, he learned of a smuggler who provided Ryan's workers with fish, a Frank Fontaine, owner of Fontaine Fisheries. Gorland convinced Fontaine to sell his fishery to him. But on the night of the exchange, Gorland knocked Fontaine out and threw his body into the ocean, drowning him. Before anyone caught wise to what he had done, he fired Fontaine's old crew, then hired a completely new crew who had never met their new boss before, and assumed the name Frank Fontaine. For the better part of a year, Fontaine sent flattering letters to Ryan with each shipment, hoping to enter Ryan's good graces. The plan worked, and in 1948, Fontaine was formally invited to live in Rapture. The biggest grift of his life was now underway, and to pull this off, he brought with him several loyal men he trusted to help in his smuggling operations.
We all come down here. Figured we'd all be part of Ryan's great chain. Turns out Ryan's chain is made of gold, and ours are the sort with the big iron ball around your ankle. He's up in Fort Frolic banging fashion models. We're down in this dump yanking guts out of fish. Fontaine's promising something better. He's like one of us, you know? Like he's worked a day in his life. He says meet him at his fish packing joint at 11. I'll go, bring a couple of guys. Hey, it's not like things could get a lot worse.
Fontaine didn't bring me down here for my skills as a stevedore. He needed guys who could keep their mouths shut. I look at it like this. Everyone's a crook of some kind or another, and us guys who admit it, we got a leg up on them that don't.
Now, with everything laid out bare in front of him, Andrew Ryan recognized how big of a threat Frank Fontaine was to Rapture. And with Sophia Lamb behind bars, he could finally concentrate his energy on stifling Fontaine.
Something must be done about Fontaine. While I was buying buildings and fish futures, he was cornering the market on genotypes and nucleotide sequences. Rapture is transforming before my eyes. The great chain is pulling away from me. Perhaps it's time to give it a tug.
Ryan tapped Sullivan, the head of security, to scrounge up evidence connecting Frank Fontaine to the smuggling ring. Sullivan did as he was told, but came up empty.
I'm closing in on the whole ring. I'd pat myself on the back, but let's face it, these aren't exactly bloodthirsty desperados we're talking about. Rapture's full of poets, artists, and tennis players, not hired guerrillas. But this leader there, this Fontaine, he seems to know his way around the grift. He keeps his nose clean, but not so clean that the right people don't know he's not to be trifled with.
Hard-pressed, Sullivan eventually resorted to more extreme tactics to get the information he wanted.
Now the eggs are in the scramble. We picked up Timmy Yates right after midnight. Either Ryan will be taking down Fontaine, or Fontaine will be taking down Ryan. We'll be interviewing poor Timmy near Fontaine Fisheries. If you're up for entertainment, the code's 5380.
Mr. Ryan asked me personally to make this clear to you. You give us Fontaine and this whole filthy ring of his, and you'll be knocking back pints up at the Fighting McDonough's. But if you prefer to play the mule, we'll treat you like a mule. Give him a taste, Patrick. What's that? Change of heart, Timmy? Timmy! Ready to talk now?
Go on, Sullivan. Go on and do your dirty. Whatever Ryan thinks he can do to me, Fontaine can do double!
Timmy H. wouldn't survive the interrogation, and Sullivan hit another brick wall. No matter how hard he tried, none of the smugglers would give up Fontaine. Apparently, they were more afraid of him than they were of Ryan. Understandable, considering Fontaine's working conditions.
All right, here's the code. 9332. You use it on your cell if you want, but remember this. Once you walk out of that cell, you belong to Fontaine. You're walking out of one jail and into another. Do what you want. Just don't kid yourself by thinking you won any kind of freedom.
Desperate, Ryan intensified the situation by instituting the death penalty for anyone convicted of smuggling. Naturally, the public protested over the draconian decree.
The death penalty and Rapture. Council's in an uproar. Riots in the streets, they say. But this is the time for leadership. Action must be taken against the smugglers. Any contact with the surface exposes Rapture to the very parasites we fled from. A few stretched necks or a small price to pay for our ordeals.
The worsening situation began to affect everyone connected, casting loyalties and friendships into question. Even affecting those like Sullivan, who had been loyal to Ryan since the beginning, and even conducted much of his dirty work.
Hanging now, is it? That's what we've come to? Now look, I don't make the laws here, I just enforce them. But I didn't come to Rapture to string men up for running contraband. If Ryan and his crew have their law, then they can have my badge.
He would be but the first of many to have a change of heart, as Ryan stepped up his war on smuggling. As for Frank Fontaine, he was busy building an army. Replicating Sophia Lamb's Rapture family, Fontaine pivoted to the charity angle and established Fontaine's Home for the Poor, which provided help to those fallen on hard times.
These sad saps. They come to Rapture thinking they're gonna be captains of industry. But they all forget that somebody's gotta scrub the toilets. What an angle they gave me. I hand these mugs a cot and a bowl of soup, and they give me their lives. Who needs an army when I got Fontaine's Home for the Poor?
Bill McDonough saw through this immediately.
This Fontaine fellow, he's a crook and a proper tea leaf, but he's got the atom, and that makes him the governor. Sinking the profits back into bigger and better plasmids, building them Fontaine poorhouses, or like Fontaine recruiting centres. Before we know it, bloke's gonna have an army of splicers. We're gonna have ourselves a whole heap of miseries.
Fontaine used the new recruits as test subjects of his latest combat-based plasmid research, turning them into splicers, those heavily affected by atom usage. Consuming too much atom not only deformed their bodies beyond repair, but it degenerated their minds as well, leading to multiple reports of seeing ghosts.
Seems like some poor blighters have started seeing ghosts. Ghosts! Ryan tells me it's a side effect of this plasmid business. One poor sod's memory is getting passed on to another through genetic sampling. Leaks, lunatics, rebellion, and now bleeding ghosts. Ain't life in Rapture grand?
The more addicted someone became of Adam, the more they devolved into something like zombies, constantly seeking their next Adam feed.
Listen, my supplier's got a new shipment of plasmids coming in, and I need you to pick them up from the lab in Hedon Plaza. There's a hidden switch to open the back door. It's tucked away under the cash register in the shop front. And don't let nobody see you do it. Otherwise, we'll have splicers crawling all over the damn place trying to get a taste.
What
do they expect? You keep enough drug stash in this clinic to slice up a rhinoceros. Of course every poor soul in the drop's gonna start beating down your door. It's my job to think up a new key code to keep them out. Seems like every other day now. Nuts. I'll mull it over for a while at the Fishbowl Diner.
Despite the degenerative effects of Adam on the populace, Ryan still refused to do anything about the situation.
Is there blood in the streets? Of course. Have some chosen to destroy themselves with careless splicing? Undeniable. But I will make no proclamations. I will dictate no laws. The great chain moves slowly, but with wisdom. It is our impatience that invites in the parasite of big government. And once you've invited it in, it will never stop feeding on the body of the city.
Amassing an army of splicers was only half of the charity work, however. The other half involved the Little Sister orphanages. Here, young girls were forced into the Little Sisters program to become producers of Adam. Dr. Bridget Tenenbaum oversaw this operation. Initially, she was cold and indifferent to the children forced to act as hosts to the sea slugs. But as she interacted with the half-dead, half-alive subjects, as they acted and played like little girls, something inside her began to change.
One of the children came and sat in my lap. I push her off. I shout, "Get away from me!" I can see the Adam oozing out of the corner of her mouth, is thick and green. Her filthy hair hanging in her face, dirty clothes, and that dead glow in her eye. I feel hatred, like I never felt before, in my chest, bitter, burning fury. I can barely breathe. And suddenly I know, it is not this child I hate.
What makes something like me? I look at genes all day long, and never do I see the blueprint of sin. I could blame the Germans, but in truth I did not find tormentors in the prison camp, but kindred spirits. These children I brutalized have awoken something inside that for most is beautiful and natural, but in me is an abomination. My maternal instinct.
Tenenbaum's newfound guilt prompted her to correct her mistakes, to find a cure for Adam's sickness and free the girls from their condition.
Adam is a predatory substance. After exposure, a constant supply is required to maintain its effects. Otherwise, the user deteriorates into madness. My plasmid, which releases the little ones from their servitude, is promising, but limited. It only works on the children with the slugs in their bellies. On an adult splicer or Big Daddy, you'll see rejection effect. Undesirable. But if the deterioration of mind and body were reversible, if Adam's sickness could be cured, then its predatory nature would be no more.
A conflict of interest arose between Tenenbaum and her employer, Fontaine, leading to Tenenbaum's termination.
Looks like things have gone busto between Fontaine and his little German beanpole. Why a guy like Fontaine would waste his time with that spooky crowd when he could be getting the gravy from any dish he chooses is beyond the understanding of this paparazzi. Even reset the door code to 5744. Maybe to be double sure that beanpole don't spout up in his yard again.
For the next several months, Tenenbaum went into hiding as the situation between Ryan and Fontaine escalated further. For Ryan, he refused to budge on his death penalty stance for smuggling.
This started out as simple. Take Fontaine's mini sub back topside twice a week. Pick up some choice goods not available in a remote place like Rapture, you know. Beef, real tobacco, just a little extras. But now, Ryan and his type have up and called smuggling a hanging crime. Hanging? Says any connection to the surface could destroy the city. For long, only difference between this place and topside is whether or not you can open up the damn windows.
For Fontaine, he ensured no one stepped out of line.
Fontaine Fontaine's putting the screws on us, and double. He's squeezing us out of 80 points of our cut with the threat of turning us into Ryan if we don't play ball. Son of a bitch. Sammy G comes and tells me he's thinking of going to the constable. And the next day, Sammy G was found in a sack in a salt pond. We got no choice here. We stay on Fontaine's crew and we're gonna catch the gallows. We take the powder, and we end up like Sammy G. Oh, there's gotta be another way.
The nerves of those caught in between Ryan and Fontaine's feud frayed horribly as the situation progressed beyond the point of no return. When Fontaine began distributing experimental plasmids in preparation for a fight.
Frank Fontaine called me in the other day. Me, Ray Lardner. Says trouble's coming and he's passing out special plasmids to all his best guys. I mean, it's an honor, but man, I started getting these shingles all over. Skin's discolored. Like when a guy's about to lose a limb, you know? And I can't seem to pile on enough clothes. I hate to ask, but is this happening to everybody?
Around the same time, Sullivan's investigation achieved its biggest break when he found someone willing to turn on Fontaine.
The Irish pork pie offered me a deal. I flip him Fontaine and I walk out of here. That simple. How do I know that fat fuck isn't Fontaine's guy? How do I know they're not all Fontaine's guy? Fontaine's got Adam, and everybody wants it. Ryan's got a whole lot of talk and a nice suit. Even down here, any idiot can see which way the wind is blowing.
With Peach Wilkinson's information, Ryan went to the council to persuade them to finally put an end to Fontaine's smuggling operation. But McDonough offered a word of advice.
Mr. Ryan, I believe in Rapture, but that doesn't mean we always win. Fontaine Futuristics is the biggest thing going in Rapture. So let me be plain. When we arrest that tow rag Fontaine for his thieving and smuggling, we must make it clear that we won't touch his business interests. We sit on the council because these poor sods trust us, not because God gave us a chair.
On September 12th, 1958, Ryan's men advanced on Fontaine Futuristics. But unbeknownst to them, Fontaine was ready for them.
Fontaine knew our blokes were coming. We were done over. Them splicers come screaming out the woodwork, burping fire, spitting ice. Demons out of the Bible they were. I've never seen nothing like it. It wasn't a business he was building. It was an army.
A bloody firefight ensued, leading to the death of dozens on both sides. But when the smoke cleared, Ryan's men proved victorious, with Fontaine killed in the onslaught. Or at least, that's what they thought.
Every time Ryan turns up the heat, I know I'm a little bit closer to beating him at his own game. But now the game's changing. Ryan's boys are coming in heavy, looking to knock down my door and take what's mine. Like this is the first time I had to dodge a bullet. They're coming to my house expecting a show, but they're gonna get a disappearing act. Say goodbye to Fontaine, and hello to Atlas.
With Fontaine believed dead, Bill McDonough laid out what needed to be done next.
The good people of Rapture didn't sign up to see us government types shutting down shops, killing their owners, even with a ponce like Fontaine. But he brung it upon himself. Instead of copping it on the chin, bugger gets it into his head that he's gonna go down guns blazing. Who does he think he is, John bloody Wayne? We can get on top of this. We can. Here's what we do. We find Fontaine's will and make what was his go to where it was intended, and not into the pockets of us that put him into the ground.
However, Andrew Ryan initiated other plans that greatly upset McDonough and set in motion a dangerous chain of events.
Ryan nationalised Fontaine Futuristics. He owns it now, lock, stock and barrel. For the good of the city, he says. He'll break it up in due time, he says. I've resigned from the council and lodged me letter of protest, but that's just pissing in the wind. It'll be war, I say, unless somebody stops Ryan, and right fast.
Ryan's hostile takeover of Fontaine Futuristics should have marked the end of Yi Su Chong, the doctor in charge of plasmid development. He believed he'd be imprisoned with Fontaine's splicers in Fontaine's department store, which had been converted into a makeshift detention facility. But surprisingly, this provided Suchong with a new opportunity.
When Ryan take over Fontaine Futuristics, scene of terrible violence. Splicers burning each other to bits. Lucky ones not killed, sent to department store prison instead. Suchong think he dead man too. But then, Ryan comes to Suchong and says, Suchong want to be buried in filthy store, or Suchong want to make a good salary? Work for Ryan. How much salary? Asks Suchong. This, Ryan find very funny.
Fontaine is dead. Bad for Fontaine. Good for Suchong. Play hard to get for a bit. Then Mr. Ryan get hungry for me. Tenenbaum gone, Fontaine gone. Suchong only one who know all about little sisters. Like I said, it is very good for Suchong.
With Fontaine Futuristics under his control, Andrew Ryan now saw for the first time what was going on behind the scenes, and was amazed at the prospects.
I'll admit Fontaine showed some foresight when he built up the plasmid business, but the man really never understood sales. Hiding those little girls beneath a bushel. I've just seen the preliminary design work on the new plasmid machines, and they're exactly what I wanted. Mark my words, presented properly, those little sisters are marketing gold.
But first, Ryan would rest on his laurels for a bit and reflect on the success of his actions.
This facility belongs to the city now, to Ryan Industries, at least until the rioting subsides. While it is unfortunate that such measures had to be taken, I must admit, it is gratifying to see this building condemned. Fontaine is gone, Lamb is gone, or close enough. I am alone at last, alone with my city.
All was calm, but it proved to just be the calm before the storm. For in a few months' time, Atlas, the revolutionary, would whip the city into a frenzy. Over the next 2 months after the death of Frank Fontaine, Ryan's security forces rounded up his supporters and locked them away in Fontaine's department store. Around this time, a new figure named Atlas began visiting the poorhouses and rousing citizens to action. His growing supporters began stockpiling weapons, plasmids, and gene tonics for the eventual overthrow of Andrew Ryan. Aware of this, Ryan, too, began building up an army to match that of Atlas by using Adam to enhance his troops. Rapture was gearing for war, and both sides were doing all they could to push the city over that precipice.
I begged Mr. Ryan to hand Fontaine Futuristics over to Atlas's boys as a peace offering, but the stupid sod won't listen to reason. Instead, he's just splicing his mob up, giving them more and tougher plasmids. There's an arms race on here in Rapture, but it's not about who can build the best guns and the biggest bombs. It's about who can become less of a man and more of a monster.
By this point, Ryan refused to listen to reason, preferring instead to initiate any measure required to save his fledgling city, no matter how morally or ethically unconscionable they may seem.
Augustus Sinclair is what happens when spineless moral relativism is spun into a business ethic. Man has a dirty finger in each and every pie. But I admit his little firm has its uses. I'm having him use the Sinclair Solutions brand to conduct clinical trials in the field. If there are any incidents with side effects of newer, less stable plasmids, no one will associate Ryan Industries with the death.
Yet Atlas was but a sampling of Ryan's mounting troubles. Rioting continued throughout Rapture as a result of Ryan's takeover of Fontaine Futuristics. Something needed to be done to tame the rioters, and Yi Suchong had an idea.
Dr. Suchong, frankly, I'm shocked by your proposal. If we were to modify the structure of our commercial plasmid line as you propose, to have them make the user vulnerable to mental suggestion through pheromones, would we not be able to effectively control the actions of the citizens of Rapture? Free will is the cornerstone of this city. The thought of sacrificing it is abhorrent. However, we are indeed in a time of war. If Atlas and his bandits have their way, will they not turn us into slaves? And what will become of free will then? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
He commissioned Suchong to begin the development of that pheromone, in tandem with Suchong's continued focus on plasmid development. However, that had hit a snag when the Little Sisters failed to produce enough atom to satiate the splicer's growing demand for the substance. But the bloodshed Rapture recently experienced gave Suchong an idea. Neptune's bounty was littered with corpses, bodies filled with atom. What if he could mentally condition the Little Sisters to harvest or gather the atom from those corpses? He set to work with great success. But when the splicers caught on, they began attacking the girls, forcing Suchong to devise a means of protecting the Little Sisters.
What a terrible thing. Japanese kill every man in my city, except for Suchong. Suchong have opium. Very good opium. This war, terrible thing too, but not for Suchong. Everyone's scared now. Everyone need Adam. More than Little Sisters can make. Good news is war makes lots of corpses. Suchong knows a way to recycle Adam from corpses, but can't send a Little Sister out to street unprotected. Suchong must think on this.
Dr. Suchong resolved to take the Big Daddies, maintenance workers tasked with construction jobs and non-profitable menial work, and turn them into protectors. He initiated the Protector Program to bond Big Daddies to Little Sisters, to ensure that they would respond aggressively to any threat encountered by the Little Sisters. Fortunately, finding candidates to transform into Big Daddies, an irreversible process, was no obstacle. Augusta Sinclair was more than willing to rent out inmates from Persephone. Acquiring Little Sisters, however, involved more dubious methods that created a noticeable disappearance of young girls throughout Rapture. Initial bonding tests were a failure. The Big Daddies ignored the Little Sisters. But like most discoveries, he'd stumble upon his desired result by accident, and that proved fatal.
Clinical trial protector system, plasmid lot 255. Dr. Suchong, client Ryan Industries. Very frustrating day. I can't seem to get the damn big daddies to imprint on the little brats. The protection bond is just not forming.
Papa Suchong?
Get away. Maybe if I modify the genetic sequence... Shush! The sequence to allow for... Get away, you filthy little shit! What? What are you doing? Get back! Get back!
With Suchong dead, his work passed on to Dr. Gilbert Alexander, a promising scientist who specialized in mechanical and robotic engineering and designed Rapture's automated security systems. He used Suchong's work as a springboard for his experiments.
Dr. Suchong's death was a nasty blow to the Protector program, but I'm gradually settling into his role, picking up the slack that his carelessness left behind. We are gaining steam again, but I'm not satisfied. Yes, the Big Daddy defends the girl, but he is programmed only for the fight, like a sheepdog who wanders off unless a wolf is tearing at his flock. When no aggressor is present, he regards his little sister as he might a common houseplant. We need something more, something stronger, an unbreakable physiological bond.
Using Suchong's idea of adapting pheromones to induce mental suggestion, Dr. Alexander made his first major breakthrough in the bonding process. He'd call the first set of bonded protectors the Alpha Series.
The pair bond is a success. If somehow an Alpha Series wanders too far from his little sister, our physical failsafe kicks in, a chemical trigger that induces coma. It is a symbiotic relationship enforced by the girl's pheromone signature. The first successful candidate was Delta, I believe. It is unfortunate that poor Dr. Suchong will not be here to raise a glass.
Though Subject Delta's identity was kept a secret, even from Dr. Alexander, events would unfold revealing Delta to be Johnny Topside, the deep-sea diver who accidentally stumbled upon the city under the sea. Andrew Ryan had believed him to be a foreign agent and had him incarcerated in Persephone. As a prisoner, Sinclair contracted him out to the Protector program. Now known as Delta, he demonstrated great promise.
Delta was in top form today. The guards tried to make him take another dose of whatever the hell it is they're pumping into him, and he managed to take on all 4 of them at once. Snapping legs and arms, blood everywhere. They say one of the guys might not even wake up. I wish I could be that free.
As for the first little sister to be bonded successfully, the identity of the girl would come as a shock to Dr. Alexander in due time.
Our hope was to bond a little sister to a single protector, so she had to be expendable in case of error. As we were fabricating a father bond, we couldn't really afford to have the girl's parents asking around. So, Fontaine's orphanages provided, and the procedure was an unprecedented success. If I had only known who the child was, Eleanor. I'm so sorry.
Eleanor Lamb. After her mother's arrest, she stayed with Grace Holloway, who still attended Rapture family meetings in Dionysus Park, now under the control of Stanley Poole.
Christ. Rapture. City's a house of cards and a kiddie pool. Lamb's out of the picture now, and Ryan wants me to finish off the family. Shouldn't be hard. The shrink was the linchpin. Now they're just lost. But Ryan isn't exactly the Rock of Gibraltar these days. This Atlas character's got him way back on his heels. What is gonna be left of this town when the fur stops flying?
Under his reign, he siphoned money away from the family and used it to host lavish parties in his own private residency. But every time Holloway brought Eleanor to the park, Poole couldn't help but notice Eleanor staring at him. Was she aware of what he had done? The very thought tortured him for 3 years until he decided to get rid of the girl once and for all. So one day, when Eleanor was visiting the park, he kidnapped her and sold her to a little sister's orphanage. Grace Holloway searched everywhere for her, but couldn't find hide nor hair of Eleanor. She simply disappeared.
Empty house. Only an echo to my name. Eleanor, baby, where are you? I turned my back and someone took you. It happened so quick. I'm not even a half mama to you, girl. I couldn't protect you. This poster of Dr. Lamb in my room is staring me down like it knows I'm ashamed. I've always been loyal to your real mother, Eleanor. Always trusted her with my secrets. But I lost you. What will the doctor think of me now?
While Eleanor was handed over to Dr. Alexander to be turned into a little sister, her mother kept busy in confinement. Augusta Sinclair hired her as a therapist for her fellow inmates, hoping to make them more docile. She used the position to endear herself to the inmates, just like she had in Popper's Drop. Concerned by this turn of events, Sinclair contacted Ryan for help, but his response was dismissive.
Need I remind you, Sinclair, that Lamb is your problem now. She's no longer a citizen of Rapture. That was the proviso. You wanted her expertise, and now you have it. Ryan Industries is your client, and we require test candidates from among your charges. The protectors are short-lived. Lamb would be a messiah, correct? Well, sell her a sacrifice to save the flock.
Sinclair took the suggestion and ran with it. During her time in Persephone, Sinclair forced Lamb to sacrifice members of her family to the Protector program in exchange for her own safety. Lamb begrudgingly obliged.
Things aren't so rosy for Lamb's little collective farm down here, no matter how much influence she's got with the inmates. She keeps feeding Ryan more and more of her people for the Big Daddy program in order to keep the rest of her flock alive. I think she's getting desperate. I ought to have Weir double the orderlies on all the major junctions.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Atlas had been captured and imprisoned in the department store. Then the store was detached from the city and sunk. Ryan hoped this would mark the beginning of the end of the rioting as a new year dawned. But Atlas was busy at work.
Tell Ryan things are getting hot down here real fast. The goddamn leprechaun is building himself a regular army. If you'd asked my opinion, which you didn't, I'd send a crew down here and clean up the place before they show up on your doorstep. But who am I except some undercover schmuck you sent to give you straight dope?
Atlas spent his days overseeing the distribution of food and the establishment of some sort of civil order amongst the splicers. Over time, this earned their trust.
I never thought anyone would be able to bring all these degenerate splice heads into line. I gotta hand it to Atlas. After Ryan locked us up in this pit, I thought that was it. Just a long, final dive into the abyss. But he's given us hope. Or what passes for it down in Rapture. When a person's got nothing, hope's about the kindest thing you can give her. Or the cruelest.
With his army formed, Atlas's next move was to escape his watery prison. The same went for Sophia Lamb in Persephone. By the end of 1958, she set her plan in motion, causing a prison riot, overpowering the guards, and wresting control of the detention facility away from Sinclair.
Looks like Sinclair's been ousted. He wasn't slick enough to avoid the boot this time, but at least it wasn't a firing squad. Lamb proved she's got the ear of the general population down here, so it'd probably be prudent to play along for a while, see where this goes. She says she'll let me keep my little fiefdom here in holding, as long as I agree to help supply her therapy sessions. No qualms there. These sorry buggers could use some rehabilitation.
On New Year's Eve, she returned to Rapture to find her daughter. That's when she learned Eleanor had been turned into a little sister. And that day, she met her Big Daddy.
Look, Daddy, it's you. Let's go out to play, Daddy. More angels, Daddy. This way.
Come with us, little girl.
You want some, big guy? Bigger than hard, harder than Get out of here, freak!
There we are. He's perfectly safe now. This is not your daughter. Do you understand? Her name is Eleanor, and she is mine. Now, kneel, please. Remove your helmet. Now, take the pistol. Place it against your head. Fire.
For Ryan, the coming new year presented itself with new problems. His girlfriend, Diane McClintock, pushed a proposal Ryan was not ready for.
Diane insisted that we spend a weekend at the Adonis, and already I find myself seeking a respite from my vacation. She deems it necessary to chide me for working. The words dissolve into an endless animal bleat. I founded Rapture to be free of law and God, to live among those for whom work is our wage. Yet, when Diane speaks of bearing my child, I am given pause. Till now I had never considered my legacy. Perhaps after the new year.
Since then, Ryan began to distance himself from McClintock. Whether consciously or not is unknown. And on a night when one should be celebrating with friends and family and loved ones, Ryan found another excuse to be away from her.
Diane, my dear, I'm sorry, but I'll be late again tonight. Rosenberg is demanding to speak about this Fontaine business. I'm trying to build a proper financial market, and this idiot keeps going on about atom this, and genetic modification, that. I'll go spend an hour pretending to pay attention to the poor fellow and be home as soon as I can. Andre.
Good evening, my friends. I hope you are enjoying your New Year's Eve celebration. It has been a year of trials for us all. Tonight, I wish to remind each of you that Rapture is your city. It was your strength of will that brought you here, and with that strength, you shall rebuild. And so, Andrew Ryan offers you a toast. To Rapture, 1959. May it be our finest year.
As Andrew Ryan televised his New Year's speech, Diane McClintock went to the New Year celebration at the Kashmir restaurant by herself, unaware, just like all the rest, that Atlas had broken free.
So Atlas asked me to figure out where to strike first when we bust out of this place, but, it all depends on when we get out, November 5th, it's a big founding of Rapture shindig at Fort Frolic. Valentine's Day, Arcadia is real popular. If it's near New Year's Eve, then Hey, we could pop the corks off all the stuffed shirts down at the Kashmir restaurant.
Another New Year's, another night alone. I'm out and you're stuck in Hephaestus, working. Huh. Imagine my surprise. I guess I'll have another drink. Here's a toast to Diane McClintock, silliest girl in Rapture. Silly enough to fall in love with Andrew Ryan. Silly enough. What happened? I'm bleeding. Oh God. What's happening?
Strikes me that Fontaine wasn't overly inconvenienced by his own demise. On New Year's Eve, these wretched splicers come streaming out of the poorhouses and stormed the proverbial barricades. Dead rot in the streets, and Johnny and Janie Citizen are lined up round the block for plasmids. Anything to help fend off the rabble.
The city was now at war, and both Frank Fontaine, disguised as Atlas, and Sophia Lamb were back. Yet Ryan only had enough resources to focus on one of them. He had a choice to make.
I'm told that Lamb has been seen in the streets. One of the Alpha series was killed in the incident, and his bonded sister stolen. But the Council has no time for a manhunt. Atlas swells the ranks of his marauders by the day. Regardless, Lamb's name has already faded among the people. She is no more than a ghost who has forgotten to die.
Fortunately, Lamb and her followers took refuge in Persephone, waiting for both Andrew Ryan and Atlas to wipe each other out, as Rapture plunged into civil war.
Then we, the slaves of Ryan, discovered the worm where the Lord had cast it down, right here in the ocean. And in envy of the Lord, we did take its dread power into our blood, naming it Adam, in mockery of the one true God. And lo, as we bent our shapes to suit our perverse whims, our false church of Rapture was beset by flood and war. And in the folly of my pride, didst I weep.
The attack on the Kashmir restaurant left hundreds dead in the first assault of the Civil War. Diane McClintock was lucky to be alive, though she did not survive unscathed. She suffered multiple wounds to her face that required the experience of Surgeon J.S. Steinman at the medical pavilion.
Dr. Steinman said he'd release me today. Ryan didn't come to see me since the New Year's attack, not once. But Dr. Steinman was very attentive. He told me that once the scar tissue was gone, he was gonna fix me right up, make me prettier than any girl I've ever seen. He's sweet, all right. And so interested in my case.
Her face would never be the same, no matter how determined Dr. Steinman was. The scars would never truly disappear. The same could be said of Rapture. When discharged, McClintock entered a city scarred beyond repair.
I couldn't believe how much things had changed since I left Dr. Steinman's office. It's like I don't even recognize Rapture no more. I hear they've been rounding up people in Paula Square. I asked Ryan how could he do such things to innocents. He said, innocents. If they haven't chosen to defend Rapture, they've chosen to side with Atlas and his bandits. So there are no innocents. There are heroes, and there are criminals.
Since leaving the pavilion, McClintock tried to regain some level of normalcy, but at every turn, something tore that illusion to sunders.
Stood up again. Second time this week. Ever since my face was... Well, Steinman worked on me, but it was never the same since the blast. Being alone so much gives a girl time to think. Who could hate me so much they'd ruin me like this? What did I do to them? You know, I keep thinking of all them bandits and terrorists Ryan's got locked up in Apollo Square, and I get so mad. Sometimes I can hardly breathe. If I could only confront them, tell them what they did to me, how they're ruining everything for me, for Rapture, maybe I'd feel better.
Fueled by anger, she decided to visit Apollo Square. At the outbreak of the Civil War, Apollo Square experienced some of the worst of the conflict, forcing Ryan to institute laws banning public congregation, setting a curfew, and establishing martial law. Unable to control the chaos, Ryan's men locked down the area, barring anyone from entering or leaving the neighborhood. But McClintock found a way in. But there she would see the catastrophic conditions Ryan had imposed.
I bribed one of the gorillas at the gate to let me in. It's awful in here. To my right, I can see a dead woman lying in the street. Everybody just walking by her like she isn't there. But I noticed something spray painted everywhere. Atlas lives. I don't know what it means, but something tells me it's important to these people. I was so angry when I came down here, but my God, I had no idea. There's armed men all over the place. I saw a woman climb over the fence trying to escape. One of Ryan's guards pointed at her and she lit on fire. Just like that. What's happening here?
What she saw eroded away her love of Andrew Ryan. How could such a man she once worshipped and adored stoop to this level of barbarity? It was beyond her to comprehend, but it did affect her deeply. She turned away from Ryan and joined the ranks of Atlas's army.
The people here have grown to trust me, Ryan's mistress, and still they take me in. They finally brought me to Atlas. Without him, the people of Apollo Square would give up. I asked him if he was going to lead the people in some kind of uprising against Ryan. He sighed and said, I am not a liberator. Liberators do not exist. These people will liberate themselves. I thought Andrew Ryan was a great man. I was a fool.
Andrew Ryan, however, didn't have time to react to the betrayal of Diane McClintock. His time and attention focused primarily on securing his control over the city of Rapture.
We're putting all the bathyspheres in lockdown until further notice. Ryan had us install some kind of genetic device into the thing, so only Ryan and his inner circle will be able to use them without dispensation. But the boys tell me the keys are pretty unreliable. Sisters, cousins, anybody in the ballpark genetically will be able to come and go as they see fit.
He even went so far as to deploy a new experimental device that could bring people back to life. Developed by Sinclair Solutions in conjunction with Suchong Laboratories, the Vita Chambers were scattered across Rapture, but Ryan's paranoia limited its use in the field.
Initial deployment, Vita Chamber. Client Ryan Industries, Stage 1, age complete. Sinclair and Alexander tried to explain the science to me, but Suchong does not believe them. They keep saying plasmid reconstruction this and quantum entanglement that, and then poof, dead people come back to life. Bullshit! Of course, Ryan will only allow it to be tuned to his genetic frequencies for the testing.
The Civil War ripped the city apart, and not just structurally. The people themselves devolved into spliced up monsters on the battlefield, becoming nothing more than a shadow of their former selves. Morality and civility in Rapture were no more.
Always some fly in the ointment. Life in Rapture's been gooder than grits. Business is booming, and me and Clara, hell, that woman's smile's warmer than a belly full of bourbon. Wish I could bottle that and sell it. But now, there's these Atlas radicals causing social unrest. Caught two of them in my factory, one with a pipe, the other with a pocket full of saltpeter. Clara worries about my heart, says not to overreact. Well, I worry about hers. It's just too big for business. Markets might correct themselves, but men need punishing to get right.
Poor young Burke died
died an awful death at the fisheries today. Mangled. Floor was slick with guts. Clumsy arse must have slipped. Suppose it was me heard his last words. Something to do with a stash of Adam he's got hid in his cabin. Shame to see him go. Had such great faith in his fellow man.
Some of us have been talking about changes in the labor laws down here. But you gotta be careful. In Rapture, talking can disappear a fella. Not just his body either, but his stuff too. And all records of him. People stop saying his name for fear. But not me. I'll go down to Ryan HQ and weld my name across the building in 40-foot letters!
The theaters, they have closed, and so I am alone. This life, without the stage, it has always been for me drudgery. My isolation is my own doing, this I know, but I am made this way, a creature of detachment. But possibly, I can remake myself. With Adam, maybe I can live like the others. In ignorance, yes, but no longer alone.
I know I shouldn't have let them in, but they said they had Adam, and it's just so hard to find these days, and well, somehow they grabbed Susie. So I shocked one of them, but next thing I know I was frozen. I couldn't move, but I could see, and I saw them take my Susie away. Oh, but I am going to march over to that orphanage, and after I find her, I am going to find them.
It's been 6 months now since Clara disappeared without a word. I've been searching this city from Olympus Heights down to Papa's goddamn dropping back again, and not so much as a trace. Lord, I need that woman. Where's the ransom demand, huh? Did I miss it somehow? I'm not partial to Adam, but these plasmids can help me search in places I know I ain't welcome. And those are the places she's most likely to be. Clara, honey, hold on. I'm coming for you.
Middle of the night, I heard a sound like whale song. I leaped from my hammock and pressed my ear up against the glass. It was the ocean herself speaking to me, telling me Rapture was a wound in her side, like a spear in the ribs of Christ. And the Adam this city's stolen is her holy blood. It's only I can use it with her blessing.
That's it, fat cats. Revolution. Right now! Needle goes here, just a push and... Oh, in our hands is placed the power, greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong!
Today I went outside into the halls of Rapture, and I found myself beside myself. Oh, how I love this world! The aromas, the sweet roasting of flesh, the exquisite nasal burn of sulfur, the air ripe with the moans of defeat, the bellowings of victory. Such drama, and all so real. This is what the theater can never be. This is life.
These bastards down here don't know it yet, but I am the sea made flesh. I'll wash through these holes, reclaiming her sacred blood, filling me veins with her strength. Then I'll guide the foul vessels of Ryan and Atlas toward one another, till a mighty crash founders them both. Oh Christ, me seawater's boiling over. I'll be right back.
I've been gutted, caught like a fish on a line with my insides tore clean out of me. Got the report my security system was triggered down at the distillery. Goddamn terrorists at it again. I rushed down here to find a twisted heap of sparking security bots and mutilated bodies. One of them was still alive, barely, and humming a goddamn labor hymn. I couldn't believe my ears, cause I knew the voice was the voice I've been aching to hear for nigh on a year. It was Clara, my Clara, leading the charge against me.
We went on a raid outside the wire today. We snagged 31 rounds of buckshot, 4 frag grenades, a shotgun, and 34 Atom. We lost McGee, Epstein, and Vallette. We got one of those goddamn big daddies in the bargain, though. It was something awful they had to do to that little girl to get the Atom, but we didn't start this thing. Ryan did. I can't wait to tell Atlas. He'll be so pleased.
Never play a man for the short con when you can play him for the long one. Atlas is the longest con of all. Ryan wanted Frank Fontaine dead. I just gave him what he wanted. As Atlas, I got a new face, a clean record, and a fresh start. Now, it's time to take back Rapture.
He'll be so pleased.
Oh, Mrs. McClintock! What are you doing here? Let me just turn this off.
For 2 years, the war devastated the utopian city under the sea. Many lives were claimed on the field of battle, taken by loved ones or through malicious intent. Diane McClintock would fall victim to the latter, killed by Fontaine to preserve his secret identity. Yet the man with the largest target on his back was the man who built the utopia, Andrew Ryan. He experienced the most amount of assassination attempts on his life, but he had successfully taken multiple precautions to prevent this from happening. And, as a warning to those who tried to kill him, he hung the bodies of would-be assassins on the pillars just outside his office. This became known as his trophy wall. But that did little to dissuade anyone from trying.
I spent the afternoon trying to get as close to Ryan's gate as possible without making a spectacle of myself. He's got it shielded 6 ways to Leicester. There's no way into that base. All I got for my trouble was the hairy eyeball from Ryan's splicer mates. What's the reward you get for trying to outsmart the best electrical engineer of our generation?
Electrical engineer Gaymer left Australia for Rapture in 1947 and rose through the ranks of Hephaestus workshops to become the main supervisor. Like most, he viewed Ryan highly initially, but those views soured quickly when the war broke out. Now, Gaymer only wished the best electrical engineer of our generation were gone. But how, he wondered, until one night it came to him in a dream.
What a balmy dream. Some kind of fruit tree spinning like a top. And it was pouring juice down Ryan's throat, choking the bastard. But it wasn't a tree, really. When I looked closer, it was the core control, the gizmo that feeds the mag locks on Ryan's gate. You can't cut off the power. It comes right from the volcanic vents. Ryan always gets his juice. But I suppose you could drown the son of a bitch in it.
Over the next few weeks, Gaymer set to work, building such a bomb that would blow the vents to Ryan's security gate.
The basic casing is ready. I've got 1 charge of nitroglycerin in my office. That will serve as the catalyst. Now, I need 4 R34 lead shield wire stubs to pass the circuit. Then a half can of ionic gel, that's the pretty Betty of the mix. Should send the core into compensation mode, push power down the line and trigger the circuit breaker on Ryan's gate. Well, that's the theory. It'll either work like a charm, or blow up half of Rapture. Nothing ventured.
Constructing the bomb took longer than he had expected. The war had put everyone on edge, causing mass paranoia. The workers eyed one another, unsure who could be trusted. Anything out of the usual became suspect.
Do you guys have any idea there's a war on? If you don't follow proper maintenance on those big daddies, they burn through those R-34s like them Eve's apple berries go through penicillin. I've got Atlas's goons hitting us non-stop and 2 dead mechanics just this week. We need to control costs. If I wanted to deal with amateurs, I would have stayed on dry land.
Kybers was not immune to the mental distress caused by the war either. In fact, he began to suspect that a woman who began nosing around his Festus was a secret agent closing in on his creation. However, Anya Andersdotter was anything but. She had come for similar reasons.
Me? An assassin? Oh, that's rich. I could have gone along, I suppose. Spliced up. Forgot. I believed in this place. I believed in Ryan. But when it got hard, Ryan didn't believe in Rapture. Didn't believe in the Great Chain. He believed in power. And now this place is busto. And my girl is... gone. Worse than gone. One of those... things. So am I an assassin? Well, only one way to find out.
She staked out his Festus to learn its inner workings and figure out a plan to get close to Andrew Ryan. She even flirted with Pablo Navarro, a maintenance worker, in the hopes he'd spill some valuable information.
I didn't recognize the twist that come into the shop today. Stacked like Sally and dressed to the nines. She's played her cards pretty close to the vest, but you ain't gotta be no college job to see that she's into some bad china. She was asking about magnetic locks and some such. I played it coy, but she took wise. After she showed me round her backyard, I gave her directions to Keyboard's tool shop. Rapture's gone to hell, but sometimes the Great Chain still cuts you a break.
It took time, but she eventually got what she wanted.
I had to go jungle style with that filthy ape for 3 weeks, but he finally spilled the beans on how to get to Andrew Ryan. Generate a sympathetic overload in harmonic core number 3. That's simple. Now all I gotta do is figure out what the hell a sympathetic overload is, and for that matter, a harmonic core number 3. Piece of cake for an electrical engineer. Too bad I designed ladies' shoes. Gonna go see the grease monkeys left alive in heat loss monitoring. See what I can shake out of their trees.
However, as luck would have it, Kybers had been keeping tabs on her movements, ever confident that she must be a spy. Thus, before she had a chance to snoop through his office, he ratted her out to Ryan.
Ryan's splicers are dragging the young woman off right now. I'm certain she's one of Ryan's spies, sent to feel me out. I think she is. If I'm wrong, an innocent girl will end up on Ryan's bloody trophy wall. If I'm right, well, I best be right. The device is almost finished. I can't get soft now, I can't.
Indeed, Anya Andersdotter was strung up by a harpoon outside Ryan's office. As for the bomb, Kybers would never have a chance to set it off. He'd be killed before he could finish it. It would lie in a crawl space of his Festus, forgotten for a time. Perhaps the biggest blow to Ryan was the turning of Bill McDonough. He had been there since even before Rapture became a reality. But Ryan's mounting authoritarian decrees and orders over the years had planted a wedge between the two men. The outbreak of war distanced them even further, where after 2 years of non-stop struggling, McDonough had to confront the only option left if the city of Rapture were to survive.
I never killed a man, let alone a mate. But this is what things come to. I don't know if killing Mr. Ryan will stop the war, but I know it won't stop while that man breathes. I love Mr. Ryan, but I love Rapture. If I have to kill one to save the other, so be it.
Andrew Ryan caught wind of the conspiracy Bill McDonough was a part of and squashed it before any real action could be taken. McDonough would be hung up on the trophy wall beside Anya Andersdotter. Despite the mounting losses and the destruction of his city, Andrew Ryan remained adamant that he would never yield Rapture to anyone else. No matter how much he might waver, he refused to relent.
Could I have made mistakes? One does not build cities if one is guided by doubt. can one govern in absolute certainty? I know that my beliefs have elevated me just as I know that the things I have rejected would have destroyed me. But the city, it's collapsing before my... Have I become so convinced by my own beliefs that I have stopped seeing the truth? Perhaps. But Atlas is out there, and he aims to destroy me and to destroy my city. To question is to surrender. I will not question.
His conviction throughout the war bore fruit. Yi Su-chang's pheromone experiment proved successful, helping turn the tide of war. Over the next few weeks, Atlas's army suffered massive losses and were losing ground by the day. Ryan was on the verge of winning, but Fontaine had an...
New face. I have a new goddamn face. Who'd have thought? Rapture. Paradise of the confidence man. I gotta keep revising the Atlas voice. I figure the accent gives me an excuse to lock myself in a room with a bottle and count the cash. War's on in full now, boy. And I've got a hell of a surprise for Andrew Ryan. Long time coming. And right about now, I expect the prodigal son is booking his flight.
Before his death, Frank Fontaine set in motion a project, acting as his insurance policy should his latest grift go belly up. Through Bridget Tenenbaum, he paid one of Andrew Ryan's mistresses to get pregnant the next time Ryan had his way with her. This was Jasmine Jolene, who was a chorus girl in Sandra Cohen's musicals before she lived in Rapture. Under the sea, she worked at Eve's Garden, an exotic dance venue in Fort Frolic. In desperate need of money, she accepted the deal.
That creepy Dr. Tenenbaum promised me it wasn't going to be a real pregnancy. They'd just take the egg out once Mr. Ryan and I had... Oh, I needed the money so bad. But I know Mr. Ryan's going to suss it out. Gonna know I wasn't being careful. Gonna know I sold the... Mr. Ryan's going to be so mad at me.
Her fears were confirmed sometime later when Andrew Ryan learned of her pregnancy.
I visited Eve's garden today. It ended poorly. My seed, sold to the enemy. The motive of the whore as yet eludes me. But Atlas approaches. And come what may, I will not be made a slave. I wonder... In recording, do I confess? Just now, Sinclair saw me in the corridor, perhaps reading my face. The bastard looked me right in the eye and suggested I make an appointment with Dr. Lamb.
Enraged, he bashed Jasmine Jolene's head in with a lead pipe, killing her. As for the child, he was extricated from the womb as a fetus and born under the supervision of Doctors Tenenbaum and Yi Su-chang. Though the experiments they conducted on the boy, named Jack, are unclear, the results were profound.
Advanced deployment, Lot 111, Dr. Su-chang, client Fontaine Futuristics. Baby is now a year old, weighs 58 pounds, and possesses gross musculature of a fit 19-year-old. The results are disappointing, but within expected tolerances.
Jack aged rapidly in a short amount of time, but that was not all. Under the orders of Fontaine, Su-chang also mentally conditioned Jack to obey any order given when the proper key phrase was spoken.
Did you talk to your puppy? She's very pretty.
Thank you, Papa Su-chang.
Break her neck for me.
What?
Break that sweet puppy's neck.
No, please.
Break that puppy's neck. Would you kindly? No! No! Very good.
Around the height of the standoff between Ryan and Fontaine, Jack was given one last set of memories before being smuggled out of Rapture.
All those years, we thought we were making progress with our Skinner boxes and our electric shocks. What a waste of time. Until Adam, you could no more domesticate a child than a boa constrictor. Fontaine gives a Suchong history for child that he wants to imprint into child's head. Kid, not a person. A jukebox, ready to play whatever tune Fontaine wants to hear.
On the surface, the boy believed he was Jack Weinard from Overlook, Kansas, born 1936. He lived on a farm with his parents. There he would stay for 2 years before Fontaine activated him. But that was not before a little hiccup nearly ruined Fontaine's insurance policy. In 1958, Fontaine hadn't exactly expected to die and be reborn as Atlas. He might have expected Ryan to take over Fontaine Futuristics at some point, but he wasn't prepared for Yi Suchong to switch sides, gravely upsetting his plans.
Suchong, I'm gonna make this clear as can be, so we don't have any miscommunications. Where the hell is the ace in the hole? You think you can stiff Frank Fontaine? I paid good money for state-of-the-art weaponry. I ain't losing this war just because you found yourself a higher bidder. I can promise you, I ain't never been one to lose with dignity.
Despite being trapped in Fontaine's department store, he managed to discover the location of his ace in the hole through the help of a mysterious woman by the name of Elizabeth. He held onto his ace during the war, waiting for the most optimal time to deploy him. When the tide changed for the worse in 1960, Fontaine initiated Jack's return. Jack boarded a plane under the guise of visiting his cousins in England.
They told me, son, you're special. You were born to do great things. You know what? They were right.
But somewhere over the mid-Atlantic, the plane crashed near a lighthouse. Jack had returned home. Entering the lighthouse, he walked around the giant statue of Andrew Ryan and entered the bathysphere.
Would you kindly pick up that shortwave radio? I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm Atlas, and I aim to keep you alive.
Guiding him as best he could, he led Jack to a gatherer's garden, where he'd get his first taste of Adam.
Steady now. Your genetic code is being rewritten. Just hold on and everything will be fine.
This little fish looks like he just had his cherry popped. Wonder if he's still got some Adam on him. Let's talk. Weak! You're a weak chopper. This little fish ain't worth towing it with no big daddy. Yellow always had been. You'll be no better off with a metal daddy, little fish. See you floating from right.
Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel.
I can see light coming from his belly. Wait a minute. He's still breathing. It's alright. I know he'll be an angel soon.
You alright, Boyle? First time plasmid's a real kick from a mule. But there's nothing like a fistful of lightning now, is there?
Atlas pleaded to Jack, begging for him to reach his family in Neptune's bounty. Without a word, Jack relented and ventured up the elevator and through the Kashmir restaurant, only to be stopped short as he came upon a little sister.
Careful now. Would you kindly lower that weapon for a minute? You think that's a child down there? Don't be fooled. She's a little sister now. Somebody went and turned a sweet baby girl into a monster. Whatever you thought about right and wrong on the surface, well, that don't count for much down in Rapture. Those little sisters, they carry Adam, the genetic material that keeps the wheels of Rapture turning. Everybody wants it, everybody needs it. That's the Big Daddy. She gathers Adam, he keeps her safe.
Avoiding the dangling corpse left over by the Big Daddy, Jack reached the transitional chamber to Neptune's bounty. But before he could enter, Andrew Ryan sprung his trap.
It's Ryan! Goddamn Andrew Ryan! He's found us! Damn it! He shut off access to Neptune. There's another way to get there. Head to medical. What are you waiting for? Go! Oh, Christ! You're trapped! Gonna try to override the exit from here.
So tell me, friend, which one of the bitches sent to you? The KGB wolf or the CIA jackal? Here's the news. Rapture isn't some sunken ship for you to plunder. And Andrew Ryan isn't a giddy socialite who can be slapped around by government muscle. And with that, farewell, or das Vidania, Jerry.
Scream! God!
I got him! Get out of there! Get out now!
We appreciate your patience.
If you want to use the emergency access, you'll be needing Dr. Steinman's key. He's the one that runs this place. But I don't expect him to hand it to you out of the milk of human kindness. Steinman ain't that kind, and frankly, I'm not even sure he's still human.
Dr. J.S. Steinman had a successful career as a plastic surgeon on the surface, receiving several awards from colleagues and the attention of Andrew Ryan. Though missed by friends and family after his disappearance, his time in Rapture earned him great renown as the head surgeon of the medical pavilion. With the release of Adam, Dr. Steinman used the product to explore the possibilities one could achieve with the scalpel. Over time, his perfectionism turned into an obsession, then into madness.
With genetic modifications, beauty is no longer a goal or even a virtue. It is a moral obligation. Do we force the healthy to live with the contagious? Do we mix the criminal with the law-abiding? Then why are the plain allowed to mingle with the fair?
Why do we have two eyes? There's a law that says we must. 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 ears, 2 breasts.
Well. This is quite incredible.
Not finished.
get through to surgery and Steinman. Chin up now. The Lord hates a quitter. I can hear that splicer sounding off like it's the 4th of July. Explosives are hard to come by down here. If only you could get your hands on some of them bombs he's tossing. Things like that could help you turn the tables or clear a path.
Unfortunately, a large thick wall of ice blocked Jack's way to the testing room where a container of telekinesis was stored. He'd have to find a drought of incinerate to melt it.
Parasite swarmed on the wall. We refused ourselves and doubt and the flies spoil our 1,000 atoms that a man or woman can hit.
Light up foes to 1,000 degrees. Warning, fire spreads.
All roads in Rapture lead to Ryan. Security, the Skyfire, the Big Daddy, the Little Sisters. They pump some kind of chemical scent in the air. Pheromones, they call it. Makes them all dance, chill.
With the power to light a fire at the tips of his fingers, he melted the ice and collected a bottle of telekinesis, allowing him to grab a grenade in midair and destroy the debris in the way. Now, all that stood in Jack's way was Dr. Steinman.
What can I do with this one, Aphrodite? She won't stay still! I want to make them beautiful, but they always turn out wrong! That was too fat! This one too tall! This one too symmetrical! And now, what's this, guys? An intruder! He's ugly! 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 Ugly!
After killing Dr. Steinman, Jack grabbed the key and made his way to the emergency access. But the deteriorating conditions of Rapture sent him on an alternate route, where he'd meet the woman responsible for Adam's creation.
It's a little one. Here's your chance to get some Adam.
Stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
It's okay, lad. That's not a child. Not anymore, Elaine. Dr. Tenenbaum saw to that.
Bitte do not hurt her. Have you no heart?
Aye, that's a pretty sermon coming from the ghoul who cooked up them creatures in the first place. Took fine little girls and turned them into that, didn't you? Listen to me, boyo. You won't survive without the Adam those things are carrying. Are you prepared to trade your life, the lives of my wife and child, for Tenenbaum's Frankensteins?
Here! There is another one. Use this. Free them from their torment. I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
Jack had a hard moral choice to make. Should he free the little sister or harvest her for Adam? The decision alone was his. Reaching the emergency access, Jack inserted the key and made his way to Neptune's bounty.
Security alert deactivated. Thank you for your patience.
I don't know how you managed it, but you did. Come through to Port Neptune now. I'm looking forward to shaking your hand. Now you had the pleasure of Andrew Ryan's company. He's the one who built this place, and he's the one who ran it into the ground. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Maybe he went mad. Maybe the power got to him. Maybe he just decided he didn't like people. Whichever way you slice it, good men died. My family's in a submarine hidden in the foundation of Fontaine Fisheries. I'll meet you there.
Passing through Neptune's bounty, Jack made his way to Fontaine Fisheries, where he'd meet Peach Wilkins. He was a former employee of Frank Fontaine's, but when the heat had been turned up on Fontaine's smuggling operation, he played the patsy to Ryan's men that outed Fontaine.
Atlas radioed on ahead. Says you were looking for an invite to the fisheries. Nuts, I say. But if your head's up to the Wharf Master's office and find old Peach a research camera, maybe I could manage an invite. Now, go get that camera, and then snapshots of those that crawls on the ceiling. Then I'll get you into the fisheries. Just remember, side friend, I smuggle out some Fontaine on you, and I'll have you in a box. Just give you the vouch, but I ain't turning my eye just on his say-so.
Grown man jumping at ghosts. Fontaine's dead, and everybody knows it. In the ground for months, and half the place still jumping at his shadow. Christ, even Ryan. You never mind all that. We got work to do.
In the Wharf Master's office, he found an old-looking camera with special properties. Every subject it captured provided new information that'll help the operator glean some new insight on the subject's stats. Instructed by Wilkins, Jack searched through Fighting McDonough's and Jet Postal for spider splicers.
Sounds like that should about do it. Head on back to Fontaine Fisheries when you're ready, would you kindly? Me wife, Moira, she's a right pain in the neck. But she's a beauty. She means the world to me. I can't help feel God's punishing me for bringing her and Patrick to this place. I thought this would be a better life for us. Can you imagine a bigger fool than that?
Jack gained entry into the fisheries, but was ordered to dispose of his weapons in the pneumo tube nearby. Thinking nothing of it, he did as he was told, only for Wilkins to ambush him.
I bet when your boss went out of hell, he done told that devil in my back. The devil says, "Sure thing, Mr. Fontaine. I am a spot. Ryan promised Fontaine was dust, and now here you are doing his dirty. I guess that is Ryan. And you
Disposing of Wilkins and his cadre, Jack found the entrance to Smuggler's hideout, where he hoped to meet Atlas in person for the first time and reunite him with his family.
I'm right outside the submarine bay, but I can't get in. I need you for that. My family can't be more than 100 yards away. Hit the switch up there in the control booth and let me in. I think it's time to shake hands and get acquainted.
You've had your fun, but enough is enough. If you press that button, you'll learn what it means to truly be mine.
So dark in here. If only your friend could look up and see you. Maybe wonderful. If only you could do something, anything. Except just stand here and watch him die.
Splicers! They're everywhere! I can't hold them! Got to fall back! Get me family out and we'll regroup as soon as we can! Get out if you can! Get out and we'll regroup!
You ooze in like an assassin, and then you try to sneak out like a thief. You're no CIA spook. Who are you? Why have you come here?
There's two ways to deal with a mystery. Uncover it, or eliminate it.
Get out! Get out and get to Arcadia! Jesus Christ!
Ain't that just like Ryan? Waits until we're almost out, then he pulls the string. We'll find the bastard. We'll find him and we'll tear his heart out.
I'm spliced up in ways you've never dreamed.
I came to this place to build the impossible. You came to rob what you could never build. A hum gaping at the gates of Rome. Even the air you breathe is sponged from my account. Well, breathe deep. So later you might remember the taste.
When he reached the Rapture Metro, Andrew Ryan was already steps ahead of him.
It isn't right. I'm gonna need you to listen to me. I'm no sort of botanist, but I think Ryan has just killed Arcadia. The man's put something foul into the air. Bottom of the ocean, Bio. All the oxygen comes from the trees. No trees, no oxygen. Give me a spell to think. Ryan's woman in Arcadia is an old Betty named Langford. An okay sort, but not above doing a dirty job for $1. If she's still kicking around, I'm sure she's gonna want to save her trees. After all, she planted the damn thing.
Jack hurried to find this Julie Langford. She was the botanist who developed and cultivated the Garden of Arcadia. Without her expertise, Rapture would have remained nothing more than a dream of Andrew Ryan.
My trees! It wasn't you, was it? No. Ryan. I think I've got a way to save the trees. It's a genetic vector that... Oh, look who I'm talking to. Come on up to my office. I'm letting you in now. I think I've got just the thing to put the green back in this forest.
Julie, we made a business deal, you and I, did we not? Money changed hands. Let me read to you from the agreement. Section 3, subsection 4.
Mr. Ryan.
Ryan Industries maintains exclusive rights to the creation, use, and exploitation of the Lazarus vector. Ownership is civilization.
Wait! No! Please!
Without it, we're back in the swamp.
Mr. Ryan!
Julie Langford managed to send one last message before she died. Writing the combination of her safe, Jack found the audio diary needed to save Arcadia from complete deforestation.
What's the point of being a damn genius if the only ones around to appreciate it are a bunch of spliced-up morons? I've cracked the vector, or at least I'm 99% certain I have. I just need a bud of Rosa Gallica to confirm my analysis. Distilled water, a bit of chlorophyll, and enzymes extracted from Apis mellifera. That's right, sweetheart. Honeybee spit.
Water, chlorophyll, enzymes. Jack now knew the ingredients needed to make this Lazarus vector. Thus, he set off to the farmer's market to gather these precious items.
From the sounds of that you invent, I'm guessing you're the proud papa of a brand new Lazarus vector.
It seems Julie's death didn't provide a clear enough lesson to you. Perhaps this will suffice.
Jack fought off the wave of Ryan's splicers as the machine took in the vector. It was a hard-fought fight, but in the end, Jack would prove victorious.
What was that? Is the vector ready? What are you waiting for? Hit the damn switch! Well done, lad. Take a deep breath and enjoy it. Then head over to Rolling Hills and get the bathysphere. Next stop is Ryan's house. It's time for blood.
Why are you so resistant to the traditional methods of separating a man from his soul? You're not CIA, are you? You belong to Atlas, the one roach I can't seem to exterminate. Don't worry. I just need time to find the proper poison.
Descending in the bathysphere, Jack was one step closer to reaching Andrew Ryan. But first, he'd have to make one last stopover at Fort Frolic.
handed the keys to Fort Frolic over to a guy named Sander Cohen. Cohen's an artist, says some. He's a Section 8, says I. I've seen all kinds of cutthroats, freaks, and hard cases in my life. But Cohen, he's a real lunatic. The guy's a whole psychopath.
All Jack had to do was cross the foyer into the adjoining bathysphere station and make his way to Asbestos. However, Sander Cohen had other designs.
That's better. Atlas Ryan. Atlas Ryan. Da 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 da. Time-wise, you could get something decent on the artist has a duty to seduce the ear and delight the spirit. To take a brush to those two blowhards. And hello to an evening with Sander Cohen. Where are my manners? Come in! Come in! Sander Cohen awaits you at the Fleet Hall.
A renowned artist above and below the surface, Sander Cohen came to Rapture to get away from the doubters. He ran Fort Frolic and produced several poems, plays, songs, and records for the citizens of Rapture to enjoy.
Welcome to Fort Frolic. No need to thank me for jamming the transmissions of those boors, Atlas and Ryan. Let them have their squabble. The artist, yes, the artist knows there is richer earth to till. For example, I test you, little moth, but for a reason. I test all my disciples. Some shine like galaxies, and some burn like a moth at the flame. Come now, into my home.
Yet when the city plunged into civil war, Cohen went insane. He showed no empathy for those who were killed in the war, and his art became more macabre over time as he erected corpses throughout Fort Frolic as grotesque statues coated in plaster. Nor was he afraid to kill those who displeased him.
Da 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 da! Presto, presto! No, no!
I'm trying. Please.
Once again, young Fitzpatrick.
Da 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 da! No, no!
Oh God, you sick fuck, let me out!
Come down now, little moth. Life, death. The burden of the artist is to capture. And now you've got Fitzpatrick caught in his moment of glory. It seems you've got the eye of the shutterbug, little moth. Now, head to the atrium and place his photograph in my masterpiece. And so our collaboration commences. Do you see it? When I am dust, this is what they'll point to. My quad tick. My masterpiece. Go ahead. Don't be afraid. Touch it. Yes, and there's Fitzpatrick, freed of his own kinks and defects. And here's the glorious news. This is just the moment of conception. Out in this place, there are 3 men, all former disciples of mine, all connected by a common thread: betrayal. Find them, little moth, and immortalize their mortality in my quad tick. Go. Once they've been sent to their reward, you shall go to yours, and to Ryan.
Jack did as he was ordered. He hunted down Sander Cohen's former disciples and murdered each one, then snapped their photograph. When he returned to the atrium, he placed the photos into Sander Cohen's masterpiece.
It is accomplished. Let me see it. My God. My God. My God. My God. My God. My God. It's beautiful.
You'll find your path to Ryan is now clear. Tell him Sanders said hello.
What happened to you? I've been trying to raise you for a dog's age. Never mind. Would you kindly leg it over to the spear and get on down to Hephaestus? It's time to settle up with Ryan. It's time to either run the table or go home empty. Ryan's got the genetic key to Rapture. We get that from him, and we get out of this hellhole. We don't, then you and I are ghosts. Now, would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch? It's time to finish this.
A worm looks up and sees the face of God. But look around. It's a regular convention of worms in here. They all had mothers, fathers, people who loved them. They got married, fucked their wives. What makes you think you're any different? I haven't chosen the spot for you on the wall yet. Let me know if you have a preference.
Inspecting the dangling corpses hung on Ryan's trophy wall, Jack found Anya Andersdotter's audio diary that provided him the way to get into Andrew Ryan's office. He set out for harmonic core number 3.
Like all parasites who ever tried to walk in stolen shoes. I'd explain the science that renders what you're trying to do impossible, but that would be like playing Mozart for a treat. Rapture is coming back to life. Even now, can't you hear the breath returning to her lungs? The shops reopening, the schools humming with the thoughts of young minds. My city will live. My city will thrive. When that day comes, we'll use your tombstone for payment times. Imagine the will it took to create a place like this. And what have you built? Nothing. You could loot and break. You're just a termite at Versailles.
In his search, he found the crawl space Kybers had used to hide the bomb he was constructing. Jack collected the last set of pieces needed to finish the device and brought it along with him.
Does it look like it's a real bomb? It's better. You got to put it on the core past geothermal control, and we'll see if these needle noses knew what the hell they were talking about.
Before the final rat has eaten the last gram of you, Rapture will have returned. I will lead a parade. Who was that, they'll say, as they point to the sad shape hanging on my wall. Who was that? A man builds a city at the bottom of the sea. That's a marvel. Another man happens to be on a plane that crash lands on the same city in the middle of the ocean. Why, that sounds more like a miracle. So far away from your family, from your friends, from everything you ever loved. But for some reason, you like it here. You feel something you can't quite put your finger on. Think about it for a second, and maybe the word will come to you. Nostalgia. What did Atlas offer you? A piece of my plundered city? Mark my words, Your only reward will be a knife in the back.
Christ, what a racket you're making down there. If you search the core, then there's only one more task to be done. Head on back to Ryan's gate and throw the circuit breaker. That'll let you right into his place.
Jack returned to the trophy wall and pulled the lever on the circuit breaker. The overload caused it to fail, opening the door to Ryan's office. Now nothing stood in the way to Ryan.
Though my physical defenses fall, you'll not defeat me. My strength is not in steel and fire, but in my intellect and will. You hear me, Atlas? Andrew Ryan offers you nothing but ashes! Even in the Book of Lies, sometimes you find truth. There is indeed a season for all things. And now that I see you, flesh to flesh and blood to blood, I know I cannot raise my hand against you. But know this, you are my greatest disappointment. Does your master hear me? Atlas, you can kill me, but you will never have my city. My strength is not in steel and fire. That is what the parasites will never understand. A season for all things. A time to live and a time to die. A time to build and a time to destroy! Come now, my child. There is one final thing to discuss.
What? Ryan set the core to self-destruct. This is different than what you did. He's got a mind to take down the whole damn city. Get in there and whack the chunk before the whole joint blows!
On his way to Ryan's office, Jack stumbled into a workroom where Ryan had been busy piecing together the identity of this intruder. Here, all was revealed to Jack, that he himself was born in Rapture and conditioned by Yi Su-chong to obey anyone's command when they uttered the trigger phrase, "Would you kindly?" Then he went to face the man who built the impossible.
The assassin has overcome my final defense, and now he's come to murder me. In the end, what separates a man from a slave? Money? Power? No. A man chooses. A slave obeys. You think you have memories. A farm. A family. An airplane. A crash. And then this place. Was there really a family? Did that airplane crash? Or was it hijacked? Forced down by something less than a man, something bred to sleepwalk through life until they are activated by a simple phrase spoken by their kindly master. Was a man sent to kill, or a slave? A man chooses. A slave obeys. Come in. Stop, would you kindly? Would you kindly? Powerful phrase. Familiar phrase.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
Sit, would you kindly? Stand, would you kindly? Run! Stop! Turn. A man chooses. A slave obeys.
Juices! I smell old face! Obey!
Hurry now! Grab Ryan's genetic key! Now would you kindly put it in that goddamn machine? Nice work, Bio.
It's time to end this little masquerade. There ain't no Atlas kid. Never was. Selling my line of work takes on a variety of aliases. Hell, once I was even a Chinaman for 6 months. But you've been a sport, so I guess I owe you a little honesty. The name's Frank Fontaine.
I gotta say, I had a lot of business partners in my life, but you, of course, the fact that you were genetically conditioned to bark like a cocker spaniel when I said, would you kindly, might have had something to do with it, but still. Now, as soon as that machine finishes processing the genetic key you just fished off Ryan, I'm gonna run Rapture tits to toes. You've been a pal, but you know what they say? Never mix business with friendship. Thanks for everything, kid. Don't forget to say hi to Ryan for me.
Come with me!
Welcome back, child. Welcome to the city where you were born. You are angry at Fontaine, yes? Now you know the truth. You are his tool, brought back to Rapture to save him. While you sleep, I undo some of Fontaine's mental conditioning. His control is no longer complete, but he can still pull some very unpleasant strings. We made your mind with many locks and keys. Fontaine has most of those keys, but not all. Suchong designed your mind, taught Fontaine to control you. You might find answers in Suchong's flat in Mercury Suites.
He set out to Suchong's apartment to scrounge for whatever information he could find, while Frank Fontaine played the role of the common housefly, constantly buzzing around one's ear.
And now you've got hooked up with Tenenbaum, huh, kid? She's a regular mother goose. Alright, fun's fun, kid. But now, go get stepped on by a big daddy. Would you kindly? Huh? I says, would you kindly go get stepped on by a big daddy? Ah, seems like Mother Goose has been playing around in your egg salad. If you won't dance to that tune, I got others. Code Yellow. I just told your brain to tell your heart to stop beating.
Not right off the bat, mind you. The heart's a stubborn muscle, but it ain't that stubborn.
Inside Suchong's apartment, Jack listened to an audio diary that held the key to freeing him from Fontaine's control.
Fontaine's become some kind of boogeyman in Rapture. That myth gives him power. But peel back Flim Flam and Humbug, he's just another conman. And like all conmen, he worries he'll end up on the wrong side of grift. That's why he commissioned Lot 192, the antidote to the mental control plasmid. Fontaine said I better not tell anybody about the antidote, not even Tenenbaum. And Suchong is inclined to listen.
As Jack collected the vials of Lot 192, Frank Fontaine continued to buzz in his ear.
I'm gonna miss this place. Rapture was a candy store for a guy like me. Guys who thought they knew it all, dames who thought they'd seen it all. Give me a smart mark over a dumb one every time.
Now you are having freedom. Suchong's drugs should have no hold on you. Take the bathysphere to Point Prometheus. It is time for this matter to be settled.
Made Ryan good and mad when I started playing the charity angle. Fontaine's home for the poor. Before I knew it, I was calling myself Atlas and leading an army. Ryan and his precious Rapture. You don't have to build a city to make people worship you. Just make the chumps believe they're worth a nickel. Laying all your chips on Mother Goose. It's not like you never been double-crossed before. You know what I'm saying? Hoof it to Point Prometheus. We'll discuss this like men. You, me, a submarine topside, and more at him than you can possibly imagine.
Alright. You looking to slug it out? I'm game. But I got all the atom in the city, pal, and I ain't shy about using it. Now, I'm chained to take her out for a spin.
What is this you wait for? Go and get this idiot!
Last chance, kid! You pack it in now, and I'll leave this stuff to you and Frau. Coming, and Rapture's a fish tank.
Shite! You let him get away. Oh, I need a moment for thinking. Of course. This will be no problem. Find a big daddy and search his box. I would suggest you to be finding a dead one. You see the suit control system? So good, get it. That is step one of turning you into one of those disgusting big daddies. The only way to get through that door Fontaine went through is to have a little one open it for you. And they will only trust you if you look like, sound like, and even smell like one of those big, stinking brutes.
Jack searched Point Prometheus, gathering all he needed to become a Big Daddy. The boots, the suit, the helmet, the voice modulator, and the pheromones. Once assembled, all he needed now was a little sister.
I've got Rapture now. I've got the Atom now. You think that pin suit's even half enough to put the scare in me?
Guided by the little sister, Jack passed through the proving grounds, doing his best to protect the little sister from the wave of splicers as she collected Atom. All the while, Frank Fontaine taunted Jack as he injected himself with massive amounts of Atom.
It's been a long road. You don't even remember most of it. Put you on a sub when you were just a sprout. Maybe one day I'll get me a real family. They play well with the suckers.
Don't know what I was thinking. Never spliced up once the whole time I was down here in this aquarium. Figured it was bad to mix business with pleasure, but... Woo! I can't
nearby. You are reaching close. Parasites. Rapture is on the rise.
I remember when me and the crowd put you in that sub. You were no more than 2. You were my ace in the hole, but you were also the closest thing I ever had to a son. And that's why this hurts. Betrayal, kid. Life ain't strictly business.
Come and get it, Luke! I had you built! I sent you topside! I called you back, showed you what you was capable of! Even that life you thought you had, that was something I dreamed up and had tattooed inside your head! Now if you don't call that family, I don't know what is! And now...
They offered you this city. And you refused it. And what did you do instead? What I've come to expect of you. You saved them. You gave them the one thing that was stolen from them. A chance. A chance to learn. To find love. To live. And in the end, what was your reward? You never said. But I think I know. A family.
But hark, for a secret son was born unto Ryan, the immaculate begat of the profane. Then, though he spake not a word, did the son of Ryan smite down the father in sublime judgment, and the dynasty of sin was as dust. The son of Ryan went hence from Rapture, after the death of the father, but he will return to save us from the demiurge within.
Andrew Ryan and Frank Fontaine were now dead. The Civil War was over. The person left standing was Sophia Lamb, who had cloistered her family in Persephone throughout the duration of the war. For the next 8 years, she would be in charge. And Stanley Poole, the man who got her sent away to Persephone in the first place, was not happy about this.
So, Lamb broke out, and she's coming back. Wow. Okay, didn't see that coming, but... okay. That is gonna be... what am I gonna do? And I've heard a lot of these people down here talking. Some of them I know saw the thing with Eleanor, and who knows what. You can't just stop, a whole cult from talking, can you? Well, maybe you can. Yeah. Maybe you can.
He decided to exploit one major architectural defect of Dionysus Park.
McDonough, listen. There's a hell of a structural flaw here in Dionysus Park. A leak in the primary drainage pipeline could flood this whole joint. Faulty pressure locks would seal in every sorry soul. One clumsy Big Daddy knocks open the wrong pipe and, hey presto, Lamb's little art show turns into Fish City. God forbid the wrong element finds out.
He flooded Dionysus Park, drowning everyone inside. In trying to conceal his lies, he trapped himself in a prison of his own making. With nobody present to stop Sophia Lamb, the family took control of Rapture, and her religion spread throughout the city, with the help of her followers, like Father Simon Wales.
Andrew Ryan left us wandering, confused, and alone amongst yesterday's wreckage. But Sophia Lamb shows us that we are not alone. We are together as a family. So when you see a man brought to his knees, recognize that he is your brother and pull him up. Sophia Lamb teaches us what is in common is good. What is irreducible is right. She guides us all to the indivisible along a river of Adam. Rapture's daughter, Eleanor, shall be our vessel. In her, we shall be reborn.
Sophia Lamb's had her eye on Rapture for years, and now she's got it. She started preaching unity and brotherhood for the downtrodden right here in the drop. This movement springing up around her is almost a kind of old-time religion. Now, these governors Lamb's got in charge would never have seen power in Ryan's day. They're nobodies, really. But I used to raise spaniels, and the only thing meaner than the top dog was the underdog, when he had just plain had enough.
While it appears most of the surviving citizens of Rapture fell in line to Lamb's control, there were a number of them who attempted to escape, with unsatisfactory results.
All right, diary. Last entry. Lizzie and I, we found a sphere, and we're going home. Ain't that right, baby? Next stop, topside.
Oh, I love you. It was you who saved us, Sammy. It was you, Button. What was that? What's that sound?
She's seen us. It's Lamb. Torpedo! Ah, I'm trying to...
Then there were those who fully embraced the leadership of Sophia Lamb, like Dr. Gilbert Alexander, creator of the Alpha series.
The genius of Sophia Lamb is a thing of empathy, a profound moral sense. I can only describe her as a kind of secular saint. But dividing her loyalty evenly across the world at large spreads it so thin as to be invisible to some. Love, I have found, is beneath her. Naturally, Ryan arrested her, gave her to Sinclair to incarcerate somewhere. But upon her escape, she took the city and changed my life forever.
Lamb allowed him to continue his work on the Big Daddy project, despite what he had done to Eleanor. But as the years passed, the little sisters grew older, requiring Dr. Alexander to repurpose them for other uses.
The little sisters are getting older, which is troubling. As they reach adolescence, they become aggressive, feral. Worse, the Adam they ingest contains traces of lethal plasmids left over from the war. The splicers are becoming far more effective predators as well. Our Big Daddies are falling left and right. Perhaps the elder sisters could be trained to sniff out the lost Adam and reclaim it for us. Yes, from what I've seen, they certainly wouldn't have to wait for the culprit to die.
The older sisters were outfitted with a new suit similar to the Big Daddies, but kept lightweight so as not to hinder their greater acrobatic abilities and speed.
We put our eldest sister through a new regimen of physical and mental conditioning and suited her up with modified protector equipment of my design. The younger ones have dubbed her a big sister. Sadly, this is a stopgap. Between rogue splicers and the aging of the girls, we'll run out of viable little sisters soon. After that, the surface may be our only source.
Eventually, the Big Sisters became secondary to Dr. Alexander. Lamb had forgiven him, but the guilt remained, and he sought to correct his previous mistakes. To do that, his primary focus was to return Eleanor Lamb back into the person she once was, before she became a little sister.
This is Eleanor Lamb speaking. It's been many years since my last diary. Mother found a way to rehabilitate me psychologically, but she can't remove this thing inside my body. I look in the mirror, and I see a freak. I remember very little. Just an artificial sense of peace and a compulsive hunger for Adam. Dr. Alexander is trying to help me adjust. He's responsible for part of my condition, but he wants to make amends.
Though the rehabilitation of Eleanor was a great relief to her, Sophia Lamb, however, had ulterior motives for keeping Gilbert Alexander around. The conclusion of the Civil War had filled her with questions that shook her to the core.
This calls everything into question. Even as I record this, I can scarcely believe. Psychiatry has been my continual study to chart consciousness in all its strata. But intelligence does not require introspection. The son of Ryan was more effective than all his self-aware rivals. He lived without questions. I could end the self and save the world.
She needed Dr. Alexander to help her save the world.
Sophia believes the perfect human altruist is just a formula, waiting on us to solve for X. Intelligence and consciousness are not the same, she argued. Awareness of self naturally becomes obsession with it. So, if we could suppress my sense of self, but imbue me with the cognitive capacity to serve the common welfare, we could thereby generate the first utopian. And then, Sophia said, at long last, utopia would follow.
Prison, it seems, was a blessing. Ryan is now dead by his own son's hand. But far more interesting is the program of compulsion bred into his child, coded WYK. It was some manner of verbal trigger phrase, which the boy would obey as an order, unerringly. In a way, this sad thing, this half-man, had escaped the self. Highly intelligent, but devoid of so-called free will with all its convenient blind spots. What if he had been instructed to uphold the common good? What if he were a volunteer?
Using his guilt against him, she convinced Dr. Alexander to be that volunteer, the first test subject of a new experiment she called the New Utopian Project.
Dr. Alexander has agreed to accept both measures of the New Utopian Project. He will become a kind of genetic chimera, host to all the minds of Rapture, accessing their talents and memories via the Adam we have gathered. And deriving in part from Project WYK, I have developed a new set of behavioral constraints. Dr. Alexander will live to promote the common good. His love and loyalty shall be spread evenly across the entire human race. For me, that is discipline at great personal cost. For him, at last, it will be instinct.
Injected with a large amount of Adam and mentally conditioned like Jack, Alexander failed to develop the first purely altruistic consciousness as hoped, but rather became a mutated amorphous blob contained within a giant water tank. He was a living failure.
I was to be Sophia Lamb's greatest achievement, a living composite of all Rapture's genius in the body of a single man, unfettered by self-interest. Now, I am nothing more to her than a failed experiment. My scores on tests of intelligence and moral reasoning are still noteworthy, but declining sharply. She has abandoned me, and I do not have long before psychosis takes me.
Lamb left him to his fate as he slowly lost who he was. Yet as he slipped into insanity, he let out one last exclamation of support.
Agnus Dei.
Lamb of God. Even in his final moments, he still clung to the ideals of the woman who subjected him to such an awful end. Something not lost on her daughter, who saw her mother's actions with clarity.
Mother has destroyed Dr. Alexander. She tried to splice him into some kind of living saint who would calculate the common good and adhere to it tirelessly. But now he's become something unspeakable. Mother's philosophy is just as corrupt as Ryan's. By her standards, it would be better to have the entire world equally miserable than to allow us to strive in our own behalf. I have to get out of here.
Since the decline of Dr. Alexander, a struggle ensued between mother and daughter. Despite the initial failure of her new utopian project, Sophia Lamb believed the next attempt would be a success, because she had the perfect test subject standing right before her.
Eleanor's condition may be a blessing in disguise. Early splicing tests indicate 0 genetic damage due to her condition as a little sister. It appears that she is our new vessel. This will be no mere personality schism, though. Rapture's genius will be held within her DNA, able to shift into desired patterns at will. A utopian cannot be confined to a single throw of the genetic dice. When needed, she is a composer, a dancer, an engineer. She truly will be the people's daughter.
But Eleanor refused to have any part in her mother's plans.
Mother says that my condition is a blessing in disguise. She constantly reminds me that I was born for the express purpose of promoting her ideals. And now, she's trying to convince me to begin splicing with the same cocktail that drove Dr. Alexander mad. She thinks that my condition makes me immune to the damage. The surface is my only chance at freedom. But Mother took the one person I knew from above and murdered him in front of my eyes. Father, if I could only find a way to bring him back.
Upset, Sophia Lamb locked Eleanor away as punishment. But little did she know that Eleanor was hatching a scheme. In 1958, Eleanor Lamb had been bonded with a big daddy known as Delta. That same year, Sophia Lamb ordered Delta to shoot himself in the head.
Fire.
For 10 years, he lay dead. But what if there was a way to revive him? If Ryan's son could escape death, then surely Delta could too. And, fortunately, Eleanor had plenty of helpers at her disposal to put this plan into action.
I've been quarantined, but Mother's unaware of the extent of my connections to the new little sisters. I don't just empathize with them. I can control them directly. They are my hands and my eyes now. Better yet, we have found Father's body and took a gene sample. The girls are hiding the samples inside those dolls we used to make. It's only a matter of time before I work out a way to rig one of those vita chambers to seek his genetic signature. And then, I can't wait to see Mother's face.
Can you hear me?
With great foresight, Eleanor not only brought her father back from the dead, but also reached out to someone who could ensure his mental rehabilitation and their escape from Rapture. This was the woman with vastly more experience in handling the little sisters. Their creator, Bridget Tenenbaum.
We've done it. Father is back, right under Mother's nose. I've contacted a woman named Tenenbaum through my sisters. We've worked out a way to free his mind inside that suit, to awaken the man inside the monster. Mother's entire belief structure is corrupt. And if I know one thing about Father, it's that he will believe in escape.
Eleanor, it is time for you to accept your duty to the people. When you awake, you'll understand.
No! Get away from me!
Sophia Lamb trapped Eleanor in a chamber in Persephone. But, unknown to her, Eleanor had a special connection to Delta, that allowed her to speak to him telepathically.
Father!
Daddy was sleeping for such a long time, and Eleanor has missed you. Find her and you'll be all better. Daddy!
Unsure what just happened, Delta advanced forward to investigate. That's when Tenenbaum made her presence known.
At last, a signal. You, who are bringing this dead city to life, listen. My name, it is Tenenbaum. I know who you are, and I am in much need of your help. Please, find me in the Atlantic Express train station.
Before the bathyspheres, the Atlantic Express was the main source of travel for early Rapture citizens. Constructed by Prentice Mill, it connected the first set of central hubs. But as the city expanded and the bathyspheres grew in popularity, the Atlantic Express fell out of fashion. The Civil War revived it for a brief time as the Rapture Metro suffered massive damage, and Andrew Ryan prohibited travel by the bathyspheres. He set out through the Adonis apartments for the station, but before he could get far, he'd come across the latest creation of Gilbert Alexander, the Big Sister.
Daddy, Big Sister doesn't want you playing with me.
In that suit, even the ocean cannot harm you. This is good. But Rapture is the death of many great men. Alone, you will not last long. You can still reach the train station. Find me there.
I know you. That symbol on your hand marks you a dead man. 10 years, Subject Delta, since I watched you put a gun to your head and pull the trigger. But take heart. Out of your pain, paradise was born. I don't know how you survived, but your suffering is over now. These men will ease your burden. Please understand that like all I have done, this is an act of love.
Now aware of Delta's existence, she unleashed her family on him, slowing down his progress through the Atlantic Express. Meanwhile, his mental connection with Eleanor intensified, becoming clearer and more vivid in his head.
Father, it's me, Eleanor. I know you're awake in there. I can feel it. Mother won't be able to toy with you like that ever again. This plasmid is for you. If I'm right, you can use it now. Please, find me.
Reaching the Atlantic Express train station, he finally met Tenenbaum face to face.
You see? This is why I must fight Sophia Lamb. She is using the new little ones for something. And I have returned to rescue them. If I do not, more children will die for my sins. And the Rapture nightmare will repeat forever. Now, we must...
Citizens of Rapture, this is Subject Delta. Behind that mask hides an enemy of the people, without soul or sympathy. It is a beast apart, and as family, we must tear out its jaw and drive it back into the sea.
Lamb will take this place apart to find you. Please hold back the splicers until we escape.
He fended off the splicers without question, giving Tenenbaum enough time to flee to a more secure and hidden location somewhere in Rapture.
Thank you. Now I must leave you, and I am sorry for this. But there are others I must help before the city drowns. This man Sinclair, he is an ally, and will guide you to Eleanor. Goodbye, Herr Delta. And good luck.
Well, look at you. A bona fide knight in armor, complete with iron horse. The name's Augustus Sinclair Sport, Esquire. Old Tenenbaum and I share an interest in the old Fontaine building, the very same place you'll find Eleanor Lamb. I think you and I can do business. Take the train to Ryan Amusements. I'll see you shortly. Whoa there. Now better apply the brakes unless you're aiming to dash yourself against that glacier up ahead. As you can see, Chief, the station here's iced over. To reach Eleanor Lamb at Fontaine headquarters, we'll have to clear the way. Now, in order to melt that ice, you'll need a plasmid like a handful of hellfire. We used to sell a fine old product called Incinerate in the amusement park up yonder. Go on and find a way in. I've already been on all the rides.
Soon after Rapture was built, Ryan realized that the children, born or immigrated here, might wish to return to the surface one day, unaware of what they left in the first place. So, he commissioned prominent theme park designer Carlson Fiddle to build Ryan Amusements, a not-so-subtle indoctrination center disguised as a theme park. Here, the youth of Rapture would ride Journey to the Surface, which showcased through intense tableaus the injustices of the surface world above and the parasites who oppressed the common man. Up until the Civil War, Ryan Amusements was a popular destination for all wishing to have a good time.
Buying Incinerate's gonna cost Adam. It's a sort of genetic goo that lets you rewrite whatever God gave you. The Little Sisters carry the stuff, as you may recall, so you'll need to locate one. I heard whispering near the El Dorado Lounge. Have a look.
Following Sinclair's suggestion, he found a little sister accompanied by a Big Daddy. A battle ensued, but Delta proved superior. He then determined what to do with the little sister and how best to extract enough Atom to buy a bottle of Incinerate. When he had enough Atom, he searched for a gatherer's garden where he could make his purchase.
You're a rare old model, son. Alpha Series, I believe. Now, Rapture's full of scientific wonderments just like you. And if we can sell them to the world at my price, well, curing your condition ought to be a cakewalk. Once we find Eleanor, the sky's the limit.
Able to conjure fire at the snap of his fingers, he raced back to the station. But Sophia Lamb was right on his tail.
So, you would drain the people of their life's blood. Rapture is a body, Delta. I am the voice, and Big Sister is the hand. When Rapture speaks of you, it says only this. Sleep now. Your day is done.
Holy Moses, son. Not even a Big Sister can keep you down. Well, come on back and melt the ice and we can say goodbye to this two-bit carny ride. I like to look a man in the eye when I give him my word. You and me, kid, we're going places.
had thought you some golem of Sinclair's, brought here to hold Rapture's arms while he rifles through her pockets. But no, you are aware of your plight. Who, I wonder, would be so cruel to force a mirror on a man with no face?
Lamb was waiting for us. Come out shooting and start the train.
We are the family.
Lamb's trying to box us in, kid. This is a goddamn citywide lockdown. To keep the train moving, you need the security override key from the local governor, Grace Holloway. She kicked me out of my own hotel down here, the Sinclair Deluxe. Find her and get that key.
I remember you, monster. You stole Eleanor from me. Twisted that baby girl into a thing so sick it can't even die. And now you come swanning into my neighborhood looking for me. Wrong turn, Tin Daddy. When we hang you from a street light and you choking out your last, I want you to remember my face.
Grace Holloway became Eleanor Lamb's guardian when Sophia Lamb was locked away in Persephone. For 3 years, she took care of Eleanor like she was her own daughter, which became increasingly hard to do so soon after Atlas's men attacked the Kashmir restaurant on New Year's Eve.
That's it. We have to close down the limbo. Bomb goes off in that fancy place uptown and everybody panics, pulls their money out of the banks, a whole city tugging on the same dollar bill. So the banks fold, and maybe 1 in 10 got their savings out. Who's gonna come here me nightingaling about how broke they are? How am I gonna provide for little Eleanor?
Not too long afterwards, Stanley Poole kidnapped Eleanor and sold her to the Little Sisters orphanage, where she was turned into a little sister with Delta as her big daddy. Believing Delta had taken Eleanor away from her, Holloway used the splicers under her control to get revenge on him after all these years.
Well, sport, I guess Gracie's home, but that big lug just dropped half my damn hotel in your way. Now, to break through that mess, I expect you're gonna have to work out how he got so burly. Find yourself a genetic research camera, son. You can pick up any number of tricks from a splicer with one of those. Try the pawn shop downtown.
Searching the pawn shop, he found a camera and recorded his battle with a brute splicer for valuable research data. This earned him the Drill Dash tonic, which allowed him to break through the debris blocking the entrance of Sinclair Deluxe. Climbing to the top floor, he confronted Grace Holloway.
Grace has got the wrong idea. You're not responsible for turning Eleanor into a little sister. Big daddies are just slaves, and you only recently broke free. Gracie's room is just up ahead. Now, she's been sending all manner of unkindness your way, so I'm not particular as to how you take that key away from her, but she's old, and this grudge against you was based on a misunderstanding.
For Grace, the paradise of Andrew Ryan was most unkind. She spoke against him in song, and he had her blacklisted. It left her penniless. But in the family, she has found hope, a reason to draw breath. Ask yourself, Delta, do you deserve to take it from her?
I know what you're here for. Go on, take it. I won't have you touching me. Dr. Lamb trusted me to care for her child, and I tried. But baby Eleanor disappeared. And then one day, I see her walking with you, looking wrong. And when I tried to hold her, you knocked me down. Broke my jaw. So I'm ready, baby snatcher. Come on in and finish the job.
Your call, friend. Grace is unarmed, for what it's worth.
To kill Holloway or to let her live. It was a difficult moral decision, and one Delta could not avoid. He made a choice, then collected the override key and hurried back to the station.
Just take that override key and slot it into the control box in the ticket booth there. That'll open the gates.
Hear me, O ye who would murder the Lamb of God. Ye shall never reach her God.
Kid, come on, wake up now. There you are. I thought you rode that torpedo into the great hereafter. I'm in Dionysus Park now. Train cars are shambles, leaking air. Whole damn place is flooded and sealed. But there's a pumping station back there on Siren Alley, and I believe you could jerry-rig it to drain the park out. That'd let you stroll right inside. Get to those pumps, and hurry.
I see Father Wales has parted you from your craft, and yet you cling to life. Congratulations. Today, Delta, you meet a man who has no fear of death, and for Eleanor, he would burn with a smile.
I think Mother knows I'm helping you like this. She's accelerating my treatments. Don't give up on me.
Simon Wales was once the other half of Wales and Wales, the architectural duo that designed Rapture. However, as reports of structural problems multiplied over the years, Simon had a crisis of confidence that sent him into the arms of the family. This led to a split from his brother, Daniel Wales.
Blasted Simon! So Rapture leaks. Crying about it's only going to add to the surplus of moisture in it. Nothing's to say it's our design. But Simon goes to see Dr. Lamb anyway, beset by guilt, because we can't find another contract. Then he comes out the other side, saying he's always wanted to take the orders. He's Father Simon Wales now. If I ever see that Sophia Lamb in the street, I'm gonna give her the back of me frickin' hand, and a nut on the head besides.
Passing through Siren Alley, Delta reached pumping station number 5, but found the entrance locked behind a keypad. Fortunately, an audio diary nearby gave him a clue of where to find the code.
Daniel, you and I drafted Rapture's blueprint together. Wales and Wales, architects. Do you remember? But Andrew Ryan led us astray, my brother. Turned us from the Almighty. Dr. Lamb offers you salvation, Daniel. I ask only for proof that the barest flicker of faith remains in you. I left a gift for you at the Pink Pearl, in your offices. Find the code on it, brother. We shall pray together for your sorry soul.
The Pink Pearl was originally a respectable hotel, but when its staff and residents fell on hard times, they resorted to more drastic measures. They turned the hotel into a brothel, with Daniel Wales taking charge. Here, Delta found a drunken Daniel who was heavily belligerent. To get the audio diary necessary, he had no choice but to put him out of his misery.
Tonight, I had a pain in me head. And this time it wasn't from the wine and the whores. So naturally I came up to my office to murder it with a drink. But there on me liquor rack, there's a bottle of sacramental wine from my dear brother Simon. And of course the vintage date on the label is the code to enter his territory. 1919. I should pass his bleeding wine through my system, send it back warm.
They've cut the power on you. You're stuck till the backups kick in.
Know this, beast. Daniel's body may go cold, but his soul rests with the child of the Lamb. You shall roast and blacken in the pit, and it'll be a grieving brother sent you there. Your sin itself marches to meet beast, and its name is Legion.
Attaboy, sport. I think you're closing in on Simon's underground temple. Now get down to pumping station number 5 and drain out the park here. Oxygen's running thin in this train car, and I'd sure hate to see our partnership cut short.
Ask yourself, Delta. You who have suffered beyond measure at the hands of men like Ryan. What is the cost of paradise? To end pain, to end sin. What must we pay? Eleanor is my answer.
Pump control ought to be in the back. One thing, though. Once you transfer the suction to Dionysus Park, we've got a tiny window of opportunity to get you inside. I don't have much air left, but I'll hang in there. You make sure you're ready before you throw that switch.
Standing before him was Father Simon Wales, spliced up now to all hell.
But the beast is upon us, children. It wears a hide of iron, and it stands for death and change. It would seize the child from us, and with her, paradise itself. Be ye soldier of the ground, or angel of the sky, we must stand fast and send it howling back to hell.
Delta sent him to his maker and went to the pump control to flip the switch.
Do you think me a tyrant, Delta, vying for control of a dead man's dream? The city is nothing. Rapture must die so that Eleanor may rise from its body. Allow me to demonstrate.
Lamb's overloading the pumps. The place is coming down. Get to Dionysus Park.
Subject Delta, I want you to commit this moment to memory for me. This howling, brutish slog through the dark. This is who we are.
Get out of there, kid!
Look, Delta. It is the world for which you strive. You, alone among the dead.
Dionysus Park was owned by Sophia Lamb, Chief. Sort of a private retreat for her social experiments. One night it flooded, killing all her guests. Papers said it was cult-related. Well, the good news is I've located a new train car, but the station's still locked down and we're not alone in here. I see a shadow in the security booth. I'll lay low while you have a gander.
Reaching the train station, Delta came across the man who sold out the family.
Oh, hello, boys. The name's Stan Poole, Rapture Tribune. Quality paper. Before the locals stopped reading and started finding other uses for it. Anyway, I'm looking to cut a deal, fellas. Come by the train station. I'm here in the booth.
Dionysus Park was my home, Delta. An experiment in social unity cut short by human folly. You dishonor its memory with every step.
Now that, see, Lamb knows you're here, but I'm incognito. Thing is, since you drained out the park, the little sisters are already starting to nose around, looking for Adam, and I can't have that.
Take this, Father, and hurry. Mother can't hear this, but she's looking right at me. And her face.
Okay, so dead men tell no tales, right? Wrong. See, with Adam involved, every stiff's got a story, and Lamb knows how to read it. If that stuff makes it back to her, I'm an obituary. So, I want you to take the story of Dionysus Park and bury it. Get rid of the little sisters for me. Your way. Do that, and I'll unlock the station here. Scout's honor.
Well, I'd say he's hiding something, but he sort of took the fun out of that one. He's locked in the security booth, however, so we'll have to play along. Find those sisters.
Doing as ordered, Delta went in search of 3 little sisters, and with each one he gained greater insight on Poole's secret, while learning more of who he had been before he became Delta.
Father, this atom you found contains memories from all the bodies here. Normally, only a little sister can see them, but I can show you what Stanley's trying to hide. When Mother was taken away, Stanley was left in charge of Dionysus Park. He spent all her money through these mad parties. It was like he was trying to ruin her.
Subject Delta's just a serial number, amigo. I did a lot of digging on you for a feature once. They used to call you Johnny Topside. Found the city all on your own in a diving bell. Real shame what they did to you.
You mistake my nature, Delta. I wish no Adam for myself. Eleanor is the dream, and she needs neither weapons nor parlor tricks.
That's me there. I confronted Stanley, said I'd tell Mother what he had done. He panicked, took me away and sold me to an orphanage. I tried to fight back. I remember biting his hand, but... Father, he's the reason I was turned into a little sister.
Now, you were just a deep-sea explorer with iron cojones, pal. The public gave it a nickname, but Ryan was sure you were a spook. So his people locked you up, erased your damn name. Goodbye, Johnny Topside. Hello, Subject Delta.
When all this is over and we're divvying up Rapture's bounty, you and I'll be holding court on a private island, son. Think of it, each world power on bended knee, holding a bouquet made of money.
With me gone, Father, Stanley just let Mother's followers turn into animals. When word came that she was returning, he knew they would blame him. So he found a way to silence them all. And now he's trying to cover it up.
That's it. Now all that old dirt stays underground, and Lamb will be none the wiser. Hey, come on back. I've unlocked the train for you. But remember, if Lamb catches you, mum's the word.
Delta, our conflict of interest seems to be upsetting Eleanor. For her sake, I have made it clear to these men that you are not to suffer. I accept full responsibility for any anger you may experience before you die.
Job done, Delta returned to the train station, while Sophia Lamb blared over the loudspeaker the cruelest twist of Poole's deception.
Subject Delta, I have known for years of Stanley's betrayal here, and had forgiven him. But in compromising Eleanor now, he seals his fate. You see, it was Stanley who turned you into Ryan. He is responsible for what you have become. The security booth is open now. You may have your revenge.
Sweet Jesus. Lamb knew? And she just let me hang myself out the... Oh, God. No. Come on, pal. The train's ready. Just let me live.
Delta was now face to face with the man who sent him and Eleanor to their terrible fate. What was he to do? He made his decision, then boarded the train, heading to Fontaine Futuristics.
This is it, Chief. End of the line. If I'm right, Eleanor's mama's using Adam to force all Rapture's minds and memories into the poor girl. Lamb reckons it'll make that child a saint. Now, Eleanor's in a deep, dark place beneath Fontaine headquarters, and to keep you alive, we need to sneak in and find her.
On his way to Fontaine Futuristics, Delta happened upon a new ally, Dr. Gilbert Alexander.
October 9th, 1967. Hello. My name is Gilbert Alexander. And by the time you hear this, I will be clinically insane. I am recording these diaries in advance as a last-ditch effort to assist anyone I might threaten in dealing with me. My next message awaits you beyond the security checkpoint. The bioscan will ensure that you're sane enough to need it.
Gil Alexander. As I recall, he was involved in Big Daddy development from the beginning. Likely had something to do with you and Eleanor, son.
However, when he entered Fontaine Futuristics, he came across the third person who'd block his path to Eleanor. Dr. Alexander's alter ego, Alex the Great.
But Mr. A! Dismissed! Carry on the
I hope that was instructive to the rest of you. Oh, come back to line your pockets with more Fontaine ingenuity, have you? Understand, sir, that I am the body corporate. Understand, sir, that I am Alex the Great. A company is an organism, my friend. Then I can piss you right back out into the ocean with just a little squeeze.
Alex the Great? Oh, hell, that has to be Gil Alexander, same man who left that message we're following. He sounds mad as a March hare now.
Initiating bioscan. Identifying clearance level. Identified. Clinical trial subject. Classification. Protector. Designation. Delta. Status. Deceased. Error. Updating status. Please stand by.
What's this? My secretary vouches for you? Oh, Delta, eh? You're one of our old protectors, yes? You're a fine product, Delta. Yes, fine product. Built to last.
Hello again. I have been exposed to a massive dose of substance Adam. By the time you hear this, I will have armed this facility's defenses en masse. You, my friend, must therefore penetrate them and kill me. Please believe that if I could have done it myself... and on that cheery note, you may use the diary lying near this screen to bypass the vocal print locks ahead and enter the security office. The password is Agnes Day.
Despite Alex the Great's attempt to obstruct Delta's entry into the security office, Delta broke in and flipped the switch, granting access to the hidden facility embedded in the ocean's bedrock.
As I recall from my time doing business with the owners, that oxyfill station out there's just a front for a kinda hidden passage leading down below. If Lamb's hiding Eleanor from you, that's where she'll be.
Inside, he'll find what was left of Dr. Gilbert Alexander.
Whatever you may have seen inside the tank, that was indeed me. I fear the fate of Eleanor Lamb will be less physical, but no less grotesque. This tank for deep-sea life is the ideal way to dispose of me. But first, you must retrieve enough Adam-infused plant life to lure me out. The slugs feed on the stuff, and it's all I seem to want now. I have left a sample here, so you know what to look for.
I see you out there, Delta. You want to be top man? You want to sit in the big chair? Well, come and take it.
Yielding to Dr. Alexander's request, Delta went in search of the Adam-infused plants growing throughout the facility. The very location where one Johnny Topside had been turned into Delta.
This is where they bound us together, Father. Playing God. You were the only good thing that Rapture ever gave me.
She was not meant to have a father, Delta. She was to be an heir to my life's work. And this is where they changed her, bonding her to you. The child she was died in this room. Poor Gilbert. It was his will to die, Delta. To serve the majority by protecting them from his lunacy. Your entire journey here is based on your refusal to do the same. Will you grant his request, knowing that he served the family?
Poor things. What a life. Marching around, playing daddy, until some splicer manages to kill off their sister. And then if the coma doesn't take them, they turn maniac. Nothing left to do but scream. No offense intended, son. We better get you to Eleanor, on the double.
Your body begins to tear itself apart. The compulsion to find Eleanor will drive you to madness or coma. You have no claim on her. Your design was among Rapture's greatest sins. And yet, you persist. Why?
Delta returned to the tank with the plants and fed them to the machine.
Notice to all employees, Subject Delta is hereby dismissed. Escort them from the premises!
You got the key to Lamb's hideout, sport. Eleanor's down there. Now just head out to the oxyfill station and use it.
It is done. The sample disposal button on the panel in front of you will administer a massive jolt of electricity to the tank. More than enough to kill me. Whatever I may say to dissuade you, do not listen. The man whose voice you hear now is long gone. As my mind fades, I find my thoughts turn to the suffering that Eleanor will be made to endure, and I am overcome with pity. But I can only offer my feeble prayers. Perhaps after my death, you can do more. Now, please, I ask you to grant me peace. Goodbye, my friend, and thank you.
Delta did what he had to do, then used the key to reveal the passageway into Persephone. Eleanor was close at hand.
Persephone. We're finally here. Find Eleanor, son, and fast. Her mama's got all Rapture dying to keep you two apart.
Father, come quickly. I'm trapped in a cage. Something's wrong.
I wonder, Delta, do you know why you are here? Have you any idea what my daughter has given you? As I watch you now, I envy your ignorance. You still believe.
That's her, son, Eleanor Lamb. No matter what you might be feeling right now, this is business. Get that cage open. She's coming with us.
How will she remember us after this moment? I have placed my pieces on the board, as expected, as have you. Is this what she hoped for? Mother and father, locking eyes. Yet still we are blind. Goodbye, Subject Delta. And take heart, for you, at least, have escaped your legacy.
Hurry now! Quarantine chamber's waiting on you. Get in there!
Your signal's breaking up. I can see or hear a thing. Something blocking me.
Look at her, Delta. 10 years, and still she dreams of you.
50 seconds remain.
Do you know why Eleanor brought you here? She wanted a father. So she found a way to restore you in body and mind. And she has been watching you ever since, exalting your every act as gospel. The girl lying on that bed
is no longer my child, nor my life's work. She is a monster, shaped by you alone. Just as she has always wanted.
20 seconds remaining.
But there is one detail of your mutual bond she failed to account for. Your body was designed to lapse into a coma when her heart ceases to beat. Eleanor, forgive me.
Watch him. His body is shutting down now, naturally. But if he dies of trauma, he will return elsewhere. Full restraints at all times. No one enters this room until he expires.
Father, it's me, Eleanor. I'm so sorry. Mother stopped my heart long enough to sever our bond. Staying near me won't stop you from dying now. Or worse. But I can still help you escape. This little sister's brought you something that will allow you to take control of her. I know this feels a bit strange, Father, but now you can see through her eyes and tell her where to go. This is how I brought you back without Mother catching on. Now, first, let's get you out of here. What Mother did to me left me very weak, or I would do this part myself. To save your life, I'm going to have to change, to be like you. From here, you should be able to locate the pieces of a big sister suit. Please, bring them to me.
With his consciousness controlling the little sister, Delta saw the world through their eyes. How majestic it looked. But it was all a lie. Merely Tenenbaum's mental conditioning, meant to shield them from the true horrors surrounding them. Delta collected the pieces of the big sister suit and returned to Eleanor.
Now, I will do the same for all the others, starting with this one. We've done it, Father. I'll be there soon. These suits always did make me think of you, Father. I guess I still remember you in shining armor. But now it's my turn to fight for you.
Subject Delta, I know you can hear me. You have stolen my life's work, and with it, my only daughter. But Rapture is the house of monsters. The surface will not have us. And now, we shall be buried as a family, side by side.
Oh God, she's going to drop this building into the trench. It's miles deep. We have to find Sinclair. This is Sinclair's lifeboat, Father. Out the window here. It's our only chance of escape. From what I know of Sinclair, he wouldn't just abandon it.
Yes, Delta. What of Sinclair? The man who would sell paradise. And where is he now? Warning. A security curfew is now in effect. All cells and bulkheads are sealed until further notice.
This facility hangs over an ocean trench delta. The family has activated timed charges within its foundations. Surrender before detonation, or we shall fall and be crushed in the abyss below.
Mother has locked all of Persephone down, including the gangway leading to the lifeboat. We can reverse it from the holding wing if we hurry. Come on!
As they rush to the holding wing to stop Lamb's attempt to plunge Persephone into the depths below, they made a horrible discovery.
Don't you recognize Sinclair, Delta? Now he is what you should have been. One final Alpha series, ready to die for the family. As Persephone's former owner, he is the ideal man to put you back in your cage.
Mother's controlling Sinclair, Father, and he's got the master key. Catch him!
Kid, Lamb's in my head. I can't help myself. Have to fight just to talk. Left me my goddamn tongue to torture the bomb codes out of me. She wants me to stop you leaving. I'm sorry.
Eleanor, I know you can hear me. I am inside Sinclair's lifeboat now. Delta cannot reach me here. But you can. You need not die with him. We shall return to the surface together, if you will only step inside and accept your duty. Remember, Eleanor, Mummy loves you.
Ah, yes. Mother's testing me. One last game. Fortunately, by now, I'm the world's foremost expert at breaking her rules. I've made my choice, Father. And if needs be, I'll...
Kid, I'm sorry. I've locked you in here. Lamb's making me dance on her goddamn strings. I can't stop. You're gonna have to break in here and put me down. Wish there was another way, but I'd rather die a man than live like this.
Delta fought off the waves of Lamb's splicers and located 2 vital audio diaries containing the passcode to the watchtower. Gaining entry, he fought Sinclair and freed him from Lamb's control.
Son, I built this place and I did rent you out to those plasmid trials up at Fontaine. And now I'm paying for it. Oh, wish I had time to make amends. Take the lifeboat, it's all yours. Just don't leave me like this. So long, kid. Thank you.
Sinclair died a hero of the Rapture family, Delta. Was he a friend to you, or just a tool? Can you even grasp the difference? And Eleanor, you have chosen Subject Delta over your mother, your people, and the duty of your birth. So be it. You believe this cross will carry Delta to safety, like a spoiled child with a new toy. I have no choice but to take it away. Every moment tears Eleanor further from me, Delta. Soon, this father obsession will end her. You have left me without want. Before you die, I will take all that you hold dear. Sinclair is just another body in your wake.
I was afraid of this. Mother has bombed out the ballast compressors, Father. The lifeboat will be too heavy to launch. Unless... Let me think.
Prior to launch.
I think I can boil away the water and get the lifeboat to rise, but I can't generate that much heat alone. It's time to recruit the rest of Mother's little sisters. We're taking them with us. Head to the pediatric wards.
In one final desperate act, they reached the pediatric ward and infirmary where the little sisters were held. Eleanor released them and guided them to the lifeboat. As they heated up the water, Delta fended off the final horde of splicers.
You are not saving them, Delta. No matter how pure your intent. The surface is not paradise, but perdition. I would sooner see them drown.
Look, Father, I know you may not have wanted a daughter, but love is just a chemical. We give it meaning by choice. I will be damned if I let Mother take you away from me again.
Eleanor was to be a composite of all Rapture's genius. The first living utopian, serving the world at large with no regard for herself. To force consciousness on such a being is to tear its wings away. That was your gift to her, Delta. Just as she hoped. You must be very proud.
Steady, Father. Don't let go now.
You granted Eleanor the will to choose. And now, like a plague, she spreads it to those innocents. To be self-aware is a curse, Delta. You are damning them.
I've done it, Father. The ballast water is gone. Release the docking mechanism. We've done it, Father. We're launching. Get to the elevator. The bombs, Father! We're falling! Run! Then, Father, the Rapture dream was over. You taught me that evil is just a word. Under the skin, it's simple pain. For you, mercy was victory. You sacrificed, you endured, and when given the chance, you forgave. Always. Mother believed this world was irredeemable, but she was wrong, Father. We are Utopia, you and I, and in forgiving, we left the door open for her. The Rapture dream is over, but in waking, I am reborn. This world is not ready for me, yet here I am. It would be so easy to misjudge them. You are my conscience, Father, and I need you to guide me. You will always be with me now, Father. Your memories, your drives. And when I need you, you'll be there on my shoulder, whispering.
If Utopia is not a place, but a people, then we must choose carefully, for the world is about to change. And in our story, Rapture was just the beginning.
Utopias are built by those who dream of the impossible, and destroyed by those who aspire to rule it. Andrew Ryan, Frank Fontaine, and Sophia Lamb played God during their respective reigns, and all would succumb to their own creations. By 1968, Rapture was no more. Yet Rapture was not the first attempt at utopia. Decades earlier, Prophet Zachary Comstock envisioned a more perfect union. But unlike Andrew Ryan, who looked down under the sea, Comstock looked up to the clouds. There he would build an American paradise named Columbia. In the next episode, we'll turn our attention to Columbia and unravel the events surrounding its inevitable fall from grace.